if I want to tell you what to do.
Hello, people. So let's have a look at my breakfast for the 20th. And here's my breakfast, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Oh, what's about to happen? Don't tell me it's about to happen right now. My fruit has spontaneously poised itself. Let's have a look at the cheese. Oh, that's so naughty. Oh, look at that. Oh, she's a leaker. She is an absolute leaker. Don't tell me that's not leakage there. Hot stuff all round. Hello, people. So let's have a look at my breakfast for the 20th. And here's my breakfast, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Oh, what's about to happen? Yeah, but you do care. Did you want to follow me? I bet you think you're hard, don't you? You ain't hard, mate. You are not hard. You're not as hard as me, anyway. Go on, then. You think you're hard? Write in the comments. Tell me how hard you are. Go on, then. You're not hard, mate. I'm the one. I'm the boss. Yeah, then write in your little comments about it, mate. About the points. I bet you know I'm the boss. You know why? Yeah?
Mm. Mm.
Cold War was an ideological war. People said, it's not clear what system is best. What system will.
I'm not going to surprise by you. I'm very surprised. I'm a sweet, gentle man.
What's it like to be working character actor and then become strong and having to deal with that?
This was a level of fame that he had never wanted. People taking these stories he's not never anticipated.
I'd like to dedicate this to the memory of a girl I knew a long time ago.
His girlfriend, Lynn Marie Jacobson, died in a car crash.
She made me want to be an actor, and I missed her very much.
This was the moment.
Hi, I'm Steve Clements, and I have a question. Iran and the United States made a deal years ago, but it took 18 months of really tough negotiations. So will this time be the same? Let's get to the bottom line. Iran and the U.S. continued to reject and counter-reject each other's proposals for putting an end to the war started by the United States and Israel more than 2 months ago. U.S. President Donald Trump called Iran's last proposal a, quote, piece of garbage that he didn't even finish reading. Washington wants to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon, and Iran wants to be compensated for the damages caused by this unprovoked war, plus to return billions of dollars of Iranian assets that have been frozen by U.S. sanctions for almost 50 years. Iran also wants sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz, which is still blocked and still disrupting the world's energy markets. Both sides are betting that economic pain will force progress toward an agreement. So with zero trust, what are the chances for an off-ramp anytime soon? Today we're talking with Rob Malley, former U.S. Special Envoy for Iran, and he's author of Tomorrow is Yesterday, Life, Death, and the Pursuit of Peace in Israel-Palestine. Rob, let's just face it, you're one of a very few number of Americans, you can probably count them on one hand, who have been right at the forefront of negotiating deals with Iran in the past. You played a key role in negotiating the JCPOA. Very few people have had that experience. I want you to grade right now how the United States is engaging with Iran and what the chances of a real deal are from your experience.
We're grading right now, teach, and there's a lot of grade inflation, but despite that, I think dealing with Iran is hard not to give them an F. But I'm sure some people would dispute whether it should be S+. They dealt with it from the first term to this term. It's really quite extraordinary to see how worse off we are today than we would have been had the JCPOA not been ripped up in 2018, and then had the Trump administration not decided not once but twice to bomb Iran in the middle of negotiations. So that's, we are where we are, and it's very unfortunate. The odds of getting a deal, I would say at this point, you should be asking not me, not an expert on Iran, not an expert on international relations. You need to ask a psychologist. Because I really do think, I don't think it's an overstatement to say that it really depends on the mindset of President Trump, which seems to change hour on hour, sometimes minute by minute, in terms of what he wants to be able to claim that he got this dramatic success. So that's not even a matter of nuclear technology. If he needs to be able to say that he gets something dramatic, let's see whether at some point he'll conclude that what he's getting from Iran is good enough.
Well, let's take that a step further, talking about the ego. Tell me about the ego on the Iranian side, which is still standing, which still has capacity. Donald Trump tried to knock it off its face, but Iran has been resilient. What ego dimensions do they need to be fulfilled?
So first, I really like the way you asked the question, because people sometimes say, the Iranians have this sense of dignity and pride. Everyone does. It's sort of human nature, which is why I think the Trump administration's vision, which is he needs to come out and be able to say, not only did I win, but I humiliated my adversary, they forced them to capitulate. That is never going to work. Because any party, whether it's Iran, whether it's the US, whether it's China, Russia, France, Great Britain, every party wants to retain some dignity, some sense of self-worth. And that's true of the Iranians. And that's part of what is driving the negotiation. There's some hard interest. Iran wants to be able to continue to enrich. Partly pride, partly also they want to hedge. They want to be able to develop a nuclear program, I guess a matter of dignity, matter of pride, but also hedging in the event that we at some point try to develop a bomb. I wouldn't deny that. I think that's probably pretty non-controversial to say. But if the goal is to be able to say Iran has surrendered, raise the white flag, or as President Trump has said, cry uncle, they won't do it. And they've proven that they're prepared to take huge costs, huge bombing campaign, which Iran is not going to be able to recover from for a very long time. But the regime is prepared to take that, to absorb it, because they're not prepared to say we lost. Again, a matter of dignity, but also they don't want to set the precedent that if pressure doesn't work, more pressure will work, because they view that as a ticket for endless pressure. We've heard the Iranians say it many times, and again, I think that's partly bravado, partly true. They fear that if they give in completely on one issue, the next day the U.S. will come and others will come and say, well, you capitulated on the nuclear issue, now you're going to have to capitulate on the missile issue, then you're going to have to capitulate on the drone issue, and they feel that it's a slippery slope, so they want, and not advocating for them, but I think you need to understand who you're negotiating with. They will believe that this is a ticket for endless demands for more control.
I have to say, and this is not a criticism, that President Trump seems from the outside to be the least meticulous negotiating operation I've seen before. There's a lot of blurry, fuzzy lines in that. How does that lack of meticulousness, when it meets meticulousness, if I'm right, how does that go? I just want to give President Trump credit for being a disruptive guy.
And I've tried to give him credit. And as you know, last time I was on the show, I've said there are parts of the way Trump deals with foreign policy that I think Democrats should take a page from. He's not tied by political convention. He's prepared to take risks. I think there's a point at which, but it's not just that he's undisciplined. Doesn't have talking points that he follows rigorously. That's fine. But then he changes his mind. He changes the objective. He changes his own sense of what's important, what isn't important. As I said, not just from day to day, but sometimes from hour to hour. And at that point, unpredictability, which can be an asset in negotiations, that's true, becomes unreliability. Unreliability becomes chaos. And at that point, it's not just that you keep your adversary on the approach. Again, could serve a purpose. Is that you need your adversary thinking, what's the point? I'm not going to negotiate something with President Trump's envoys. The next day he's going to change his mind. I'm told that's what just happened again with the latest Iranian proposal, that his envoys may think one thing based on what they heard from the president the night before. Then that day he watches television, he hears somebody who says something that he likes or he doesn't.
I mean, he called it a piece of garbage.
Exactly. And that's a piece of garbage. I didn't see it, so I don't know. But it seems to me that at that point, you're not negotiating with somebody who is, unpredictable, but somebody who's unreliable. I think that really prevents the negotiations of a very, very small chance of success. I mean, if you're negotiating with the Trump administration, why would you put forward a concession if you thought maybe he'll pocket that concession and the next day he'll ask for 20 times more than what he asked the day before? Again, based on my conversations with some of the countries that we're mediating, that happened in Geneva, it happened in Oman, it happened in Islamabad, where it just was a moving target. We just had no idea whether what the envoys, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner were saying, represented what the president believed at that time, and even if it did, whether it represented what the president would believe 2 hours later.
We've had 2 rounds of negotiations with the Iranians and bombed them both times when we were in these negotiations. So I'm just interested in whether these setups with Iran are continually designed to fail or to be, essentially undermined.
So again, you want to be fair, I'll try to be fair. I could see the abstract why the American position or Trump's position, which was if Iran is going to prevent ships that it doesn't like from doing commerce through the Strait of Hormuz, they're only going to select those that ship Iranian oil and give Iranians some proceeds, then we're going to double up and say, we're going to up the ante, and we as Americans are going to say, well, no ships are going to go through, not to your benefit. If you don't allow others to go, that will be to other people's benefit. The problem is that presumes that Iran will be prepared to surrender and capitulate because of their economic hardship. And they're not. I mean, it all goes down to what the objective is. If the objective were a tough objective for Iran, but one that is reasonable, one that is fixed, one that you think they could preserve, as you called it earlier, their dignity, their sense of self-interest. These tactics, I still don't think we like them, but maybe they serve a purpose. The problem here is that he doubled down on an American blockade on the assumption that Iran would surrender and that they were less resilient than the United States was, and that they would cry uncle sooner than the US did. And that's just misreading the Iranians and what's at stake for them, particularly when they think that a hidden agenda here, a not so hidden agenda, is to either change the regime completely or ensure that it is in the American orbit, and that's the problem. So, we could discuss the tactics in another setup. Maybe those tactics made sense, but the whole logic of this
So many
war
problems with it.
is so highly dubious and questionable anyway. It's hard to get.
Well, I think I raised it, and I want to raise something that President Trump sent out as a message on Truth Social. When the fake news says that the Iranian enemy is doing well, militarily against us, it's virtual treason, all in capital letters. And so I guess I'm asking something which is perhaps unfair, which is in this midst where the President of the United States, who is really our lead negotiator with Iran, is demanding a certain perspective on this from all the players around him, including the media and politicians. How likely
That's
is
what
that
I'm taking to court.
Well, first, from a human point of view, you can understand it. He feels, why would any American want to say that the war is not going well, which in his eyes will embolden Iran into thinking that they're winning. So he would probably say the same thing, even if objectively, all of what he said, even if they hadn't taken out the Navy, he would still say, don't aid and abet the enemy. Of course, that's not the system we live in. The expression, but by the way, I'd say there's two things. Number one, whatever you and I say, the Iranians know how they are doing. They know how they're faring. They're not going to listen to us. They may think that maybe if they're more criticism, it may mean that Trump is going to have to give in more quickly. But I want to come back to the fundamentals. Well, the president is saying his frustration. I really think he's frustrated because he looks at the metrics that matter to him. How many boats they've sunk, how many missile launches they've taken out, how many leaders they've killed. And he said, you know what? They haven't done any harm to us. We're winning this war. We're winning it in view at 100-0. But it's just the wrong metric because it's like in Vietnam, right? I mean, it's not.
So another part of that metric is inflation in the United States has gone up to 58%. Their energy shortfalls around the world, 20,000 flights a year at Canada. There are other metrics that are
Well, but the main metric
that drive political.
all that is correct. And if you look at the inflation rate in Iran, because it's much higher. So of course, and there's a country without it. So those are the metrics that really, at this point, the Iranian regime is prepared to pocket them, absorb them, stomach them, and say, the real metric is we're still standing. We're still able to shut down the support, and we're still not particularly into the demand. And meanwhile, as you said, the things that matter to ordinary Americans, price of gas and pump, inflation, political processes, Republican Party, those are immediate things that you're going to have to get into because we are the regime that has resistance at that state. So we have to collect the all these factors. And so what the president's saying, number one, it's completely inconsistent with our system. He's asking for people basically to salute and say the U.S. is winning because we think that that's in the interest of his war. And we're not prepared to do that, no matter the threat. But what he's really saying, he's frustrated because he doesn't understand how the briefings he's getting every day from his military, they're saying, look at everything we've taken down. It doesn't translate.
It sounds a little, we're still way early, honestly, to come back to something else President Trump talked about, these other conflicts that took years.
Yeah.
But it reminds me a little bit of the dynamic with Lyndon Johnson with Vietnam.
100%.
And I remind people about this, of just the feeds we're getting in and just saying, wow, they should be on their knees begging for relief. But another part of this story, so you've described the chessboard really beautifully, is to add a layer to it. U.S.-China Global Strategic Competition, a summit. The President of the United States is meeting Xi Jinping right now, this week. And you've got that dimension too. This conflict is hurting China to some degree. How do you think that adds, either helps the situation or makes it sometimes worse?
So first, just one comment on Vietnam, because I just finished reading a new biography of McNamara, which is very good and so relevant.
McNamara, just for our audience, was the Secretary of Defense
So, yes.
at that time.
And one of these quotes in the book about saying, Lyndon Johnson saying, or McNamara saying, well, maybe if we bomb a few more bridges in North Vietnam, they're going to see the economy is going to collapse to their knees. And it took years, in that case, thousands and thousands of American casualties, tens of thousands of American casualties. We're not there, but it is the same mentality, which is with this administration maybe exacerbated because but even that was the Nixon administration and the Johnson administration, where they just seem to be condemned. That take a chalkboard and you say how many people we've killed, how many bridges we've bombed, they're losing. That's not the way it works. Certainly not in a guerrilla form of asymmetric warfare, where it was true Vietnam, then it's true Iran now. That's not the body count, the economic count. That was a metric that matters. Is do they survive? Do they resilient? And are they able to hurt their adversary where it really hurts? Now, to your question about China, you know, I do think China has a role to play in this for for several reasons. They're a powerful country. They have close ties to Gulf Arab countries, and they are reliant on Gulf Arab oil. And they also have close ties to Iran, and they're one of the few major countries other than Russia that Iran could turn to. So if China at some point says, this is a plan that we're really going to support, we're going to try to put pressure both on everyone, on countries that are opposing Iran, on countries in the Gulf, and on Iran, I think that would have real relevance and real resonance. But for that, again, the Trump administration needs to take a reasonable, rational position. Right now, they're coming there, probably asking Iran to put pressure on, asking China to put pressure on Iran to open the strait. I don't know if you saw what Iran has been doing over the last day or two. They're on Chinese ships or ships that are bringing oil from Iran to China to go through. That's one way to
And the United States is not firing on those Chinese ships.
which I doubt they would do, certainly not in the middle of the summit, and when President Trump really wants to have a new relationship.
I mean, now, in President Trump's mind, China needs that strait open, and thus it will be compliant. I'm not so sure.
Well, and first of all, because they could still find ways to work with Iran. But I don't think in
And
China
it's how Russia needs to. We're not the other countries, you know, access to oil and energy. It's not going to be brought down, you know, to its knees.
No, I feel like China's position is kind of in a win-win position.
What a dick.
Either it plays a role and it tries to, find a solution, and the U.S. goes with it, and then they continue. Then they could get more access to cheaper oil, or the war continues. The U.S. depletes its arsenal. The U.S. is distracted. The U.S. is alienating much of the world. It's viewed as the unpredictable, unstable actor in the world. Like China, by comparison, when you see the polling, actually, the respective image, relative image around the globe of the U.S. and China, the U.S. is maybe last in terms of.
So not only have you had enormous exposure on the front lines of U.S. negotiations with Iran, you've also been on the front line of negotiations over Israel and Palestine. One of the other dimensions of this that I think is not often talked about enough is should we get a deal of some sort that has lasting foundational capacity with between Iran and the United States, will Israel abide by it? Or does Israel come in and become a party that crashes that in a way and creates a different kind of instability?
Well, I make 2 points. First, I do think that we as Americans and Iranians have to reckon with what the future of the relationship will be, because if you have a deal now that deals with the nuclear issue and the Strait of Hormuz, which is the most likely outcome, then Israel today and the U.S. maybe tomorrow is going to worry again about the missile program, the drone program, the regional support. But that, if you want to revisit that question, you have to revisit the whole question of the security architecture in the region, including Israel's role. Now, as Israel's role, I am sure that if you find a deal now along the lines of what people are talking about, again, focus on nuclear and Strait of Hormuz, and nuclear not zero enrichment, but a suspension for a number of years, Israel is not going to feel that's a victory for us, because it's asking for much more. I do think that at least on the big picture, I'm sorry, we got to swallow it. And I think the relationship is such that Netanyahu can't do anything brazen. Does he still try to do separate things, whether it's in Lebanon, whether it's sabotage operations in Iran, which they've done throughout possible? Do they rise to the level where it endangers the whole deal? Maybe. But I do think we have it. This is one of the companies I'm going to take the president. And that's again, it's happening. I think as he moves it and I think he's very talented. Does it a sustainable deal in the future? I think it's a broader question. I think that has to be the architect of the region. It has to be reviewed because Iran is not going to do I've got 1,000 more program than that nerd. A grand program is going to be about. You're not going to have to support the region. If they see weapons sales to help countries, if they see Israel continuing to expand its military action to the American bases in the region, 50% of their troops is Iran going to say that maybe control them, maybe control them, maybe control them?
And would they ever give up the city from movement control?
Well, I mean, I know that means will they ever agree to a regime in which they can, if they want to, simply do that, probably not, but could they go back to something that's closer to the right? Yes, I do think this relation of discussing the culture and it raises a lot of concern as well. Iran's probably going to work some time on to return to the operation of the Gulf, maybe because they need to rebuild their economy. They're going to be in a real bad economic situation once the war ends. How do they rebuild?
We had rising protests in Iran before this
You will just affect
and
the
because of
economy,
that.
of course.
always
So
going
the
to be
question is, they're
on
going
the
to want
receiving
some
end of
time
other
to,
women's
is there
ire.
some way that they
Actually,
can
hang on.
reach a deal where there's some
I would say the
extent to be
beautiful
paid
women are more disadvantaged by other women than they are advantaged by men. And the reason is
maybe
female intersectoral competition is almost always in male intersectoral competition is out front. There's this great study from Tracy Vajenko where she says female basketball players on the same team showed less affection to each other physically than male basketball players on opposing teams because the rivalry is very hidden. And this paints a very sort of ugly picture of women, right? Which
they cannot be the
men can
punching
be
bag
bastards too, and are
that
a lot
will
of
be
the time.
determined by
However,
the zigzags of American politics.
beautiful women
President
have
Bush
this
Jr. told them,
weird
you got to
cost
stuff on Iran,
that
you
they
got
have
to
to pay.
sanction Iran, you
You're
got
a
to
good-looking
don't
woman.
have normal relations with
You
them.
are.
But President Obama comes and says share the reason. When President Trump comes and says maximum pressure. And they feel each time they're sort of pushed in one direction or the other. Now they're being told choose between Iran and Israel. At some point when it's already happened, they're going to have to, and they will try to build an independent policy that is more immunized from, compartmentalized from the changing winds of American foreign policy. And they have a security rationale for having to have close contact with the U.S. and that's not going to change. They have a geographic rationale for having semi-normal relations with Iraq.
I was at your father's funeral.
And so you can't
Maybe
tell
that
them
excuse
to
for phone
choose
my
to
dad was
get
here,
over to
but I
Iran,
had charged
to choose to give up on the
That
U.S.
excuse wouldn't make any sense.
Because
If your dad
their
was there.
future is going to be dictated by the security need, and at this point there's no alternative by the U.S. and by the geographic
Not a
need,
dog about
and
it.
there's no alternative to living close to it.
Very quickly ask you this, but you
When
wrote
is
a
it
New
coming
York
to the
Times
We're not the
article
Crawford.
titled
It's a recession.
"Reports
We're still
on
profitable.
Iran."
Bullshit.
And
I know you
I
made
was
that
taking
wrong.
notice line,
And
only
frankly,
Mr. Trump
I always
perhaps
thought
could
it
have
was,
promised the country's exhaustion with war
you
and
know
wound
that
up
word
trying
means
to make
dick
regime
on
change
dick.
later.
Pay my back. I
It's
was
quite
a little bit
ironic.
weird that my dad
Is
thought you
this
were
a
so fucking
story
special,
originally
but
from
that doesn't matter now because he's in the ground. Guess what? I'm your
Or do you
boss.
think Iran
There's
is
gonna be some changes around here. Can't wait to hear. Okay, first things first. Hospital
Great
bills. Larry
question.
Murray
Sitting
said,
more
why
time
the
than I
fuck
don't
are we
people
paying
on
his
it.
hospital bills? He doesn't
You
even
made
work
part
here
of that
anymore.
line,
He
but I
doesn't
don't want
work
to
here
take
anymore
credit
because he
for
had a
it.
horrible accident in
I
our
think
warehouse.
a few
Right?
things. Number one,
They got
you're
rid
right
of half
that
the
the
space.
president
Exactly.
has thought
I don't
that
know why
Iran is
yeah,
going to
going to
be
score monsters.
a cakewalk
He's not a
for like
monster.
Venezuela.
He's a great guy who worked
He
for us
may
for
have
many,
been
many
that
years.
now. Does he still think that Cuba may be next and Cuba we don't need?
Envirotech waste management first has a bad score sense of that money. Your dad made the choice to dispose of our chemical waste responsibly. In order to do that, you gotta spend a lot of money. Yeah, fuck
Pivot
that.
from the
Guess what?
failure of
Bolivians
regime
are gonna
change
do for
in
a third of
Iran,
the price.
thinking to get a
No,
successful
no, you can't go to that.
Yeah,
No,
maybe.
you can't. They got low. They got
I
low.
think
They're gonna
Americans should have written a lesson on for decades that
Dear
regime
sister,
change when it goes back to
as we journey
after
through life
slavery,
together,
Iran,
I want you to know how much your
Afghanistan,
presence
to Iraq,
means
to
to me.
Libya.
You are not only
Regime
my
change doesn't
sister-in-law,
work,
but
it
also a
fails. It
cherished
not only
friend and a
is
beautiful,
ineffective,
deep,
it's counterproductive
narcissistic
to the
eye.
contract. I hope that Americans
almost
will
can't
know
help
that. The problem, this is the topic of the
Think
piece of
everything
this
else.
time and I
But
wrote
the
is
eyes,
if you continue to
have
view
beyond the
Iran
way
simply
you
through
see
the,
one
to the,
eyes, you'll know what you see.
the prism,
There's no life in
they're the devil, they're
Like
the,
what
the evil empire, they represent the major central
What
threat
can
to
I
the
get?
US.
You
And
would
sooner
think
or
of
later
all
you're going
the
to come back to the notion where
Very
we're going
much
to change
you
the regime because
That's how
they
they look at you.
represent
They
everything
look
that
at
is a
the
danger
airways.
of
Deep
people to
narcissism,
Iran
dead
perspective.
eyes.
Obviously, there's hostility, there's enmity, there's a very long history of one side or the other killing the other, and Iran has sponsored terrorist acts against the U.S. and has been on American soil. So I'm not at all trying to paint a different picture of Iran, but Iran has a
Good
soft
morning, my
model around the
friends.
US.
Or good afternoon. We're having a coffee right now. And I'm about to make some cheese bread
That respects our
with
core interests, but
whole
also
wheat,
theirs.
wholemeal
Come
flour.
back with its regime change, the forms of sanctions which are very harmful to Iran,
Nice.
or military action. You have to break. President Obama had this great line. We have to break not just with the war, but the mindset that got us there. We didn't do that enough. We're going to have to do that with Iran.
Well, Rob Malley, former U.S. Special Envoy for Iran, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks, Steve.
Hello,
So what's the bottom line? Iran wants to know that it won't be attacked again so that it can start to rebuild, and that it won't be sanctioned to death so that it can be open for business with the rest of the world. On the other hand, the United States wants more than lip service about Iran never pursuing a nuclear bomb, and it's going to insist on invasive verification mechanisms. But here's the rub. Would a deal survive different American presidential administrations? Remember, Donald Trump ripped up the Iran deal signed by Obama. To get a solid deal, it would have to be ratified by the U.S. Senate. But that adds a massive layer of complexity and bureaucracy and lots of time to the process. And if this was a thriller TV series about high-stakes negotiations, in the final episode, Israel would swoop in to crash the whole thing down anyway. So don't be fooled. This is a never-ending story that's unlikely to be solved in a clean way. Believe me, there is no Hollywood ending. And that's the bottom line. Hi, I'm Steve Clemens, and I have a couple of questions. President Trump keeps saying he wants more time, maybe just 2 or 3 more weeks, to finish the job in Iran. But what is the job? And what does finishing it look like? Let's get to the bottom line. U.S. President Donald Trump is threatening to bomb Iran back to the Stone Ages if it doesn't make a deal in the next few weeks, despite seeing many of its key political, theological, and national security leaders killed. Iran has been able to absorb wave after wave of Israeli and U.S. bombings, which are also killing civilians, as in the case of 168 girls killed on the very first day of the conflict, and destroying.
Hello everyone, we're going to make some bread.
Iran has hit back at Israel and U.S. military bases across the Arab world and shaking the global
Today we're going to use some
blocking access to the Strait of Hormuz.
wholemeal flour bread.
To a quick resolution.
Wholemeal
heading to a long
bread
war
flour.
of attrition. And is the war on Iran triggering something much bigger, a very new and different global world order? Today we're talking with U.S. political.
I like wholemeal bread
Mearsheimer,
because
professor of international
it's a bit
relations at
tastier,
the
it's got a bit of a
University
nicer
Chicago,
texture,
and he's
and it's
author
better
of
for you.
How
It's
States
got about
Think,
5 grams
the
more protein per
Rationality
100
of
grams,
Foreign Policy.
and more fiber.
John, it's great to be with you again. This is one of those
Yes,
moments
good things,
again
good
where
things.
the world is watching the tit for tat between the United States and Israel on one side, Iran on the other.
Yes.
That's one way to cover it. Another way to cover it is ask what this moment means to the global order, to American power. You know,
I'll
to
get
the
some
super
salt.
states in
This is
the
my
world.
prison
I'd love
salt.
to get your take on the temperature of the global order as you see it and what
There's quite a bit of dough there, so a good bit of salt. It's quite a bit of salt there.
How this is going to affect the global balance of power or the distribution among the most powerful states on the
Maybe a
planet.
tiny bit more,
Of
actually.
course, China,
You do need
Russia,
quite a bit of
and the
salt
US
for bread
States.
because it's not
I
very
don't
tasty
think that
without
this
it.
war is going to have
Okay,
any
there we
effect
go.
on the distribution of power in the international system. Where this war really matters is in terms of how the
And now we're
United
going to add some
States
water.
uses the
Yes,
power
that's
that
right.
it has.
Water. Yes.
And I think that under the Trump administration, what we have seen is that the United States has pursued a set of policies that undermine our ability to project all of that power that we have around the globe. Now, what exactly am I saying here? I think if you're a great power like the United States and you're interested in using all that power you have, it's very important that you pay attention to international
water.
institutions, which you, by the way, have created. You pay attention to international law, which you, by the way, have largely written. And you also go to great lengths to foster good relations with your allies, because institutions, international law, and allies are important for projecting power. And what the Trump administration has done, and it is doing very clearly,
So we're going to mix this for a bit.
Is that it's
And we'll come back when it's a bit
undermining
later.
international law. It's undermining international institutions, both of which it needs, and it's doing great damage to its relations with allies in Europe, in Asia, and certainly in the Persian Gulf. So this war in Iran is disastrous for the United States. It's not going to undermine our basic power structure. We have lots of power, but what it's going to undermine, and of course this is consistent with what President Trump has been doing since he first returned to the White House in January 2025, is undermine our ability to project power.
I think you framed it really in such a fascinating way that when I think about it, listening to you, I think about UN rapporteurs, I think of prosecutors of the International Criminal Court. They're the ones being punished in this moment. They're the ones that are being sanctioned and put. It kind of raises this kind of question about the solvency of institutions, the solvency of international law. But I'm interested in the equation that you said after this is over, the distribution of power remains the same. But doesn't America basically suffer at all in a world where it has tossed out its own system?
Well, the point here that you want to keep in mind, Steve, is that the power that any country has is largely dependent on the material capabilities it has. The two building blocks of power are wealth and population size. And you use that wealth and you use that population size to build powerful military forces. And the fact is that the United States is able to behave in a rather cavalier and one could argue reckless way, and that will not have any effect on those material factors. To give you a good example, the United States lost the Vietnam War. Between 1965 and 1975, we engaged in this war in Vietnam and suffered a devastating defeat. But it had no effect on the balance of power. The United States was not less powerful. We didn't have less people, less wealth, and a weaker military as a result of the war. And that's the same basic argument that I'm making here. This foolish foreign policy that President Trump is pursuing, as evidenced by what's going on in Iran, is not weakening American power. What it's weakening is our ability to project power because it's undermining institutions. Just think about NATO. NATO is an international institution. The United States has depended heavily on NATO for many, many years, since 1949 to be specific. Is it in our interest to undermine NATO? Is it in our interest to undermine international law? Is it in our interest to undermine the International Court of Justice? I think the answer is no. We need these institutions. We need allies. But President Trump, who is a unilateralist at heart, doesn't think that you need multilateral institutions. He doesn't think you need international law, and he's contemptuous of our allies. And in many ways, he treats our allies worse than he treats our adversaries.
Well, let's listen to President Trump, who has something to say about exactly this. Let's listen.
We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies.
He's basically saying, I agree with John Mearsheimer in that. We don't need our allies. We don't need this. We can walk through the world as a single actor and be arbitrary one way or the other. But your thoughts, John?
I mean, to argue that we're totally independent of the Middle East is ridiculous. The fact is, there are three areas of the world that the United States cares greatly about. This is where our vital strategic interests are engaged. One is obviously Europe. The other is East Asia. And then the final one is the Persian Gulf because of the oil. It is a vital strategic area of the world for the United States. And to argue that we're independent of it, it doesn't matter to us, is a foolish argument to make. You know, President Trump often talks about leaving the war. What is he saying here? That we're going to leave the Middle East? We're just going to forget the Persian Gulf? We're going to forget that oil? Of course we're not going to do that. We're going to remain there because it is a vital strategic area of interest to us. So I don't know what he's talking about. And with regard to allies, as I said, we need allies. We need allies in the Gulf.
So here's our dough. How do you leave it for like 10 minutes or something? So that the
the idea that we are
or
an
whatever it
independent
is.
actor
Yes.
that doesn't depend on allies is a foolish argument to make. The United States is a great power that tries to project power all across the globe. How do you project power all across the globe without allies? And the answer is you don't. And when you start slapping them around the way he does, you're going to find yourself in a whale of a lot of trouble. And as is clear, we are in a whale of a lot of trouble in Iran.
So I guess my question is, if you saw Iran as a nefarious actor in the world, why not take this kind of action now and use this at a moment to reorder those relations? So pick that apart.
First of all, this argument that Iran is a great threat to stability in the Middle East and a serious threat to the United States is nonsense. The greatest threat to stability in the Middle East is the United States working closely together with Israel. Iran has not started a war in centuries, as best I can tell. It's not a highly aggressive country. The country in the Middle East that is highly aggressive is Israel. The country that has committed genocide in Gaza is not Iran. It's Israel, and we were complicit. We, meaning the United States, were complicit in that genocide. Middle East and a serious threat to the United States is nonsense.
Cheese.
The greatest threat to stability in the Middle East is the United States working closely together with Israel. Iran has not started a war in centuries, as best I can tell. It's not a highly aggressive country. The country in the Middle East that is highly aggressive is Israel. The country that has committed genocide in Gaza is not Iran. It's Israel.
And we're going to have it with red onion.
We, meaning the United States, were complicit in that genocide twice. Once last year.
So I'm going to come back. I'm going to slice the onions and have the cheese ready to go. Ready to go.
This year, the United States and Israel launched unprovoked attacks against Iran. So the idea that Iran is this great destabilizer in the Middle East is a myth that the United States and Israel purvey. This is not to say that that Iran doesn't present some problems in the Middle East that the United States has to be concerned about. But the idea that this is a serious threat, much less an existential threat, is not a serious argument. That's point number one. Point number two is, if you look at what the Israelis and the Americans are now doing to deal with this purported Iranian threat, what you see is we've taken measures that have made the situation much worse. In fact, one could argue that we are going to crash the international economy as a result of this war that Israel and the United States started. I would make the argument that we are on the edge of the precipice in terms of the state of the world economy because of this war. This war shows no signs of ending anytime soon, and already great damage has been done to the international economy, and more damage will be done the longer the war goes on. So this idea that, number one, Iran is a great threat to the United States is bogus. And number two, the idea that President Trump and his friends in Israel are making a safer and more stable Middle East is a ludicrous argument. In fact, what they're doing is they're putting the entire world on the precipice of a disaster.
One of the things that I find interesting is when you kind of talk to war planners, strategists across Republican and Democratic circles, it's hard to find anyone that wouldn't have expected that Iran would shut down and use the Strait of Hormuz as a choke point. That in fact, the Strait of Hormuz was really Iran's nuclear bomb. That if you wanted to create something that they thought was deterrent, I'm just interested in why you think this White House had none of that input or just disregarded that element.
I actually think it's quite clear. President Trump has said that he was forewarned that the Iranians were likely to shut down the strait. But he said that it didn't matter. And the reason that it didn't matter is that the administration thought that they could win a quick and decisive victory. They thought that they could launch, when I say they, we're talking about the United States and Israel, which I like to refer to as the tag team. The tag team thought that they could launch a shock and awe strategy against Iran, which would involve decapitating the regime. And because that regime had so little support in the general population in Iran, the decapitation or the shock and awe strategy would lead to a revolution. The regime would be overthrown, and the new regime would either submit to our demands, or the old regime would remain in place and just surrender. Those were the two things that they thought might happen. But the point is that the shock and awe strategy would produce a quick and decisive victory. And therefore, you wouldn't have to worry about the Iranians closing the straits. What happened here, obviously, is that the shock and awe strategy failed, and we're now in a war of attrition. And in this war of attrition that we now find ourselves in, the Iranians hold almost all the cards, not us. And that's why we are in desperate straits.
It is interesting that President Trump said the opposite. We have all the cards and Iran has none. So I take your point. But another element here is other big global powers, China, Russia. How are they looking at this moment? Is China fearful of a more muscular United States willing to deploy power like this? Or is it basically applauding this moment as an opportunity for itself?
Well, I think from a Chinese point of view, one could argue that what's happening is manna from heaven, that this is the case of the United States, which says that its principal threat in the world is China, and that its principal mission is to pivot to Asia and contain China, has now enmeshed itself in a war in the Persian Gulf that is causing it to pivot away from East Asia and weaken its containment strategy towards China. You want to remember that the United States is moving Patriot and THAAD missile batteries out of East Asia. This Marine Expeditionary Unit that has just been moved to the Middle East came from Japan. So what you see, Steve, is that the United States is actually weakening its military capability in East Asia. Again, we're pivoting away from East Asia, and this is manna from heaven for the Chinese. Furthermore, Chinese influence around the world is increasing. You remember I talked before about the ability of a state to project power around the world, to have an effective diplomatic strategy. If you look at the United States and you compare it to China in terms of state behavior, in terms of which state looks like a responsible stakeholder in the international system, it certainly looks like China is the responsible stakeholder. The Chinese look like they are the adults in the room. The United States certainly does not look like a responsible stakeholder. The Gulf states, the Europeans, our Asian allies are all questioning whether or not the United States is playing with a full deck. All of our allies around the world can't believe what we're doing. They fully understand that we are threatening the international economy. We are threatening to take the international economy off a cliff, which is going to have devastating consequences for every state on the planet. So when you think about where China stands versus where the United States stands in the eyes of the world, the Chinese have benefited enormously from this conflict.
UAE Ambassador to the United States, Yusuf Otaiba, just published an op-ed recently in the Wall Street Journal, where he said you can't just, a ceasefire is not enough, because you will leave Iran not defeated, not crippled, able to do various things there. I'd just be interested to get your take on this, because, you know, I think you've said America has opened a Pandora's box of messes. Now many people in the region say, well, you got to continue what you're doing. Don't leave it like this. What are your thoughts?
I think this is remarkably foolish. Both the Saudis and the UAE have indicated that what they'd like to see the United States do is finish the war, go full bore, and defeat Iran once and for all. First of all, we're not going to defeat Iran once and for all. And if we march up the escalation ladder, as they would like us to do, there is a very good chance that the UAE and Saudi Arabia will be destroyed as functioning societies. You want to understand that these countries depend heavily on desalinated water, and there are a handful of desalination plants in each of these countries that are big fat targets that the Iranians can go after. And not only can the Iranians go after those desalination plants, they can go after their energy infrastructure, they can go after their oil and gas infrastructure. They can destroy those countries. And if the United States begins to attack a broader set of targets in Iran, the Iranians, who have been playing tit for tat all along, have made it clear that they will destroy, or they will attempt to destroy, and I think they will destroy countries like the UAE and Saudi Arabia. So if anything, Steve, what the UAE and Saudi Arabia should be doing is telling the Americans to back off and to work overtime to come up with some sort of negotiated settlement to put an end to this war. These countries, the Gulf states that is, have absolutely no interest in seeing this war continue. They had no interest in seeing this war start in the beginning. And I just don't know what they're thinking when they're talking about getting America and Israel to up the ante.
Yeah, it's fine, mate. If you want to kick me out, kick
Parts
me out.
of the dashboard of this conflict right now, or what's happening in Lebanon, Israel's commitment to essentially occupy parts of Lebanon, what's going on in Gaza. And I'm just interested in how you see the other dimensions of the Middle East beneath the Iran conflict that are also parts of the puzzle that are moving right now.
Well, let's start with
Hello, Lexi.
Very selfish. Pulls out like a full bag of cocaine, not like a little bag, a big bag. And we're like, what the hell? You know, are you trying to get us all in trouble? He goes, I'm Jim Kid. I can do whatever I want. Nobody can touch me. I'm Jim Kid, you know?
Slapping.
Our friends?
Slapping together.
I would never do that in public. I mean, I never did that.
In the end, the judge sentenced the Bulaban to the maximum, life without parole, plus an additional 50 years to life for using a gun.
The bottom line here is he will die in prison. He will never be a free man. He will take his last breath there.
He's such a prick.
Welcome back to another episode of Dread. Or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we are going to be reviewing the case.
Oh, how I love my fame.
Involving Cardenas Barron, and how her famous husband attempted to get away with murder. This case occurred relatively recently, but we cannot emphasize just how many requests we've had to cover this in the past few months. I am hesitant to say that this is our most requested video. However, upon last checking, we received a little over 300 emails where viewers like you asked us to talk about this case and review his time on the stand. As always, if there's a case you would like to see covered or a story you wish to bring more attention to, let us know by emailing us at dreading.official@gmail.com. We go through our emails daily, sorting our requests and adding more to our list of stories to cover, with the ultimate goal of filling every suggestion sent in. It may take us some time, but our hope is to provide you with all the content you want to see, thoughtfully and respectfully. This video, like so many others we have made, deals with domestic violence, and as such, if you are sensitive to that material, I would recommend that you click off of the video now to preserve your own mental well-being. Our videos are often rightfully demonetized by YouTube due to our unwillingness to change our speech, and there is no watch time metric that is worth putting yourself in a compromising position. Warning, of course, is only as useful as you allow it to be, so proceed with caution. I also want to state up front that reporting around significant aspects of this case has been sparse, and what there is can be contradictory. We'll do our best to notate when the information that we were given is up for debate or when it is agreed upon. But if you are familiar with this case, then you probably have already seen how the reporting has changed over time. So, with all of that said, let us begin. Ali Bulaban was born May 25th, 1992 in Staten Island, New York. His family was Middle Eastern, and he grew up as a first-generation Muslim American, which he described as making his childhood incredibly difficult. His father was extremely demanding of Ali, repeatedly telling the young boy he should be Muslim before anything else, and emotionally, verbally, and physically abusing him whenever he was to step out of line. According to Ali, all he wanted to do was fit in with his peers, to be seen as normal and cool in their eyes. But every time he did, he was punished severely by his father. If he were to act too Muslim with his peers, he'd be ridiculed and isolated, made to feel as if something was deeply wrong with him for not being more like them. But if he were to act too much like them, his father would lash out at him violently. He was under an absurd amount of pressure as a child, and things would only get worse after the terrorist attacks of 9/11. Over time, he became riddled with social anxiety, feeling as if he could do nothing right. And during this time, he would begin to watch movies as a form of escapism. He would watch certain movies on repeat, memorizing the lines and turning around and acting them out, even when no one was there. Though his life was tough, he would fantasize about his future, how he would become famous one day, and have everything he ever wanted. Money, power, beautiful women, it was all in his future. He just needed to find a way to make it happen. As Ali grew up, the abuse began to escalate with his age. This is not atypical of abusive parents and guardians, especially when they are abusing their male children. As the child begins to age and come into their own as an adult, the parent tends to see them as more of a threat. They realize that the child that they have spent over a decade hurting is no longer an easy target and could retaliate if they wanted to. Instead of changing their behavior, they lash out even more violently against their victims, defense realizing their own strength. Wanting to escape the violent home life that he had been raised in, Ali would join the United States Air Force. Although he faced a significant amount of racist abuse from his peers, with even his direct superiors calling him a terrorist for being Middle Eastern, it was a massive improvement in Ali's eyes. He began to make friends for the first time and developed a comedic style that his peers seemed to love. He would do impressions, make jokes at his own expense, and became the life of the party. But he similarly began to display more controlling behaviors. When things didn't go his way, or when a friend did something he didn't like, Ali would throw tantrums like a child. If he viewed someone as acting against his best interests, even if it was for something as small as them not remembering something he had told them, he would begin to sincerely believe that they were his enemy. he'd feel justified in verbally abusing them, the same way his father had done to him. He would even strike them in order to punish them, so to speak. He was extremely emotionally immature and would begin to mirror his father's negative behaviors. In his mind, what his father had done to him was wrong, but when he would do it to others, it was perfectly justified. Ali seemed to develop an aversion to negativity that was so strong, he would regularly lash out at anyone who made him feel bad, no matter if they were technically responsible for it. If you brought Ali bad news, like saying that he couldn't go to the movie theater because it was shut down for renovations, he would get upset. But instead of moving on with his day and realizing that nothing could be done and it wasn't your fault because you didn't shut down the movie theater, he would insult you and belittle you and try to hurt you the way that he felt you hurt him. The people around Ali at this time would describe the man as being charismatic and charming, but being volatile. And then he met Anna. Anna was a year younger than Ali, who was born in 1993 in the Philippines. Her father was in the military, and when she was younger, he'd been stationed in Okinawa, Japan. Those who knew Anna throughout her life would describe her as being a bright, kind-hearted person. She was extremely popular and charming in her own right, but had the ability to make almost everyone feel included. Multiple of her friends throughout her life would describe how she would go.
Hello, my friends. So here we are. Let's have a look how it's going. Oh my! Also interesting things. Oh no! Oh, it's about to take place, my friends. Oh my goodness, my food has spontaneously poised itself. Let's have a look what's going on here, some nice things. And we can see the onion is very nicely cooked. The bread has been very well cooked as well. We can see here, very well cooked bread, very cheesy, very oniony, very nice. And now let's go to the mouth camera and see how it tastes. And welcome to the mouth cam, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are. There's a nice piece here. Looks very cheesy, very oniony, very good, very nice. Oh my God, so good things. Let's have a look and see how it tastes. Wow. Very nice, very good. Very tasty. Very tasty, very nice. So, I hope you found this video very educational. Very cooking good. It's 100% wholemeal flour. Very tasty. Nice texture. And it's got more fiber in it. Better for your digestions. I hope you like my video. When it renewed.
Hello everyone. We're going to make some bread. Today we're going to use some
Oh, hello, Lexi. Yes, love you too. Yes, very nice.
I was on Tinder for a bit.
And that's what people be doing on OF and making millions.
Go out of her way to make sure they felt loved and cared for, usually by planning some big get-together. She never wanted people to feel alone, so every birthday, graduation, anniversary, or milestone, she was present with a gift and a party to let the friends know how much they were loved at the big shindig. She was also extremely intelligent, having obtained a science degree from the Technological University of the Philippines, and also obtained a master's degree. People in her life would often downplay her intelligence, but it was something that she was extremely proud of. She would be described as being funny, smart, compassionate, and just an altogether well-rounded person. Men in particular were extremely drawn to Anna due to her beauty, and that was especially true of Ali. When he had met Anna, he was obsessed with her. He talked about her constantly, even before they were dating. He would describe her as being the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen, and how they needed to be together. He liked other qualities about her, but those closest to him at the time would state that he was obsessed with her looks, and how good they would look together. From the moment he'd met Anna, he was focused on her. He would go out of his way to bump into her and spend time with her, and she was flattered by the attention. He treated her like she was the most important thing in his world, and his sole focus was on making her happy. Some reports indicate that while she was attracted to Allie, she didn't immediately share his romantic feelings, wanting to keep their relationship platonic. But Allie wouldn't accept that, and as time went on, he became more and more present in her life. Soon, they were spending almost all of their time together, and finally decided to become a couple. Things were great at first. Allie continued to shower Anna with attention and treat her like a goddess. He would tell her that she was the most amazing woman, that he was so lucky to have her by his side, and that he would do anything for her. Though he was prone to throw tantrums when he didn't get his way, Anna thought it was just a slight drawback to an otherwise perfect relationship. But then, things began to change. After a few months of dating, Allie's mask completely dropped. As previously mentioned, Anna was extremely outgoing and spent a significant amount of time with her friends. She prided herself on her long-term friendships and would tell Allie as much. She loved him, but she didn't want to isolate herself away from the people she'd grown up with, and would go so far as to integrate Allie into her friend group. At first, Allie made an effort with Anna's friends, but right away, they felt uneasy about him. A number of her friends would state that when they first met Allie, something felt off about him and fake. He wouldn't do anything overt in front of them, but they felt an underlying tension whenever they were out together, as if he was trying to not appear angry or holding back his real feelings. They also noticed he seemed to be controlling their friend, always saying something negative about what she was doing. If she ordered a drink he didn't like, he'd change her order. If she ordered a burger, he'd change it to a salad, and so on. And if they were to comment on it, he would seem genuinely upset with them. When they brought their concerns to Anna, she hand-waved them. She acknowledged that her boyfriend was controlling and had a tendency to want her all to himself, but she said that they had nothing to worry about. Allie was a great guy, and they just needed to see the man that she knew. But behind the scenes, things were much worse than they realized. In his mind, Anna wanting to spend any time with someone else was a sign that she didn't really love him, and her insistence on maintaining friendships was a negative quality he needed to train out of her. It was a sign that she wasn't serious about the relationship and was going to leave him. When she would try to go out, even if it was with all of her girlfriends, even if he couldn't do anything with her, even if her only other alternative was sitting at home alone, he would scream at her. He'd accuse her of cheating or trying to leave him, and it didn't matter what she said in response. He'd break her possessions and threaten her and do whatever he could to try to intimidate her into compliance. Anna would downplay the abuse to her friends, saying that Allie wasn't really all that bad, but things would only get worse. There are two stories, both of which seem to be true, that exemplify this. The first was the one night Anna and Allie joined her friends to go clubbing. She was still trying to get them to get along, to show her friends that Allie wasn't the controlling, potentially abusive boyfriend they thought he was. But then he began to get irritated. He wanted to leave and go back home, but Anna wanted to stay. He would say that he asked Anna to leave, calmly, because he wanted to go home and talk to her alone, that he simply wanted to spend time with his girlfriend, and that her friends were being aggressive with him, saying that he was being some ne'er-do-well and a party pooper, and they were having a fun time. He would then assault this friend. This instance was witnessed by multiple people. On another night out, a significant number of people would witness Allie slap Anna in the face, again because she wouldn't follow his instructions. Later, while on the stand, Allie would deny this claim, saying, quote, "I would never hit her in public," unquote. Both of these instances have been quoted as being the reason he was dishonorably discharged from the Air Force. The couple would then travel to the Philippines to spend time with Anna's family, at which point they would find out that she was pregnant. Some reports state that Anna had been thinking about leaving Allie prior to finding out that she was pregnant, that she no longer wanted to be in the relationship and was getting ready to leave him. But when she found out that she was pregnant, she felt as if the child would be best served with two parents. The couple quickly got engaged, and Allie returned to the United States with a plan in place. He was going to get a job, move out of his parents' home, and work on getting Anna a visa so that their daughter would be born in the U.S. Allie was able to quickly obtain a high-paying job in IT, but the process of getting his fiance's citizenship was a lot harder than he initially thought, and by the time they were able to get Anna to the U.S., their daughter Amira had already been born. When Anna and Amira moved to the U.S., reportedly, everything was great. However, the only source of that information is Allie, who now had Anna all to himself. She had no friends, no family, no support system in the U.S., and was completely under Allie's abusive thumb. If she wanted to do anything for herself, it was heavily controlled, and he was constantly belittling her, accusing her of cheating for wanting to spend any time away from him, and things would only get worse. In 2018, Allie would begin uploading content to TikTok under the name JinKid. He would create sketches showing off his comedic skills and gained a significant amount of notoriety by impersonating Tony Montana from the movie Scarface and mimicking NPCs from Skyrim. It wasn't groundbreaking content by any means, but TikTok's algorithm is deliberately designed to make users go viral within the first few uploads, meaning that Ali quickly found a fan base. People loved his content, and due to the nature of social media comments, were extremely hyperbolic in their praise of him. Videos where he pretended to be Tony Montana working as a Starbucks barista would be met with people stating he was the funniest guy on the app, that he should actually try to pursue acting, and that he was solely responsible for helping them deal with their depression. And while these comments can be found on any social media star's page and should never really be taken seriously, Ali did. In fact, after years of fielding racist comments from his peers in school and in the Air Force, after dealing with his father's abuse, and dealing with Anna not blindly obeying him, he had finally found his calling. People were finally seeing how smart, hot, and talented he was, and when a fan made a poster of him with Tony Montana for a fictional prequel, he took it seriously.
that has a very dramatic effect on the Russian economy because that's where they get all their money.
I want to ask you what's happening inside Russia, because you used to live there quite a while ago. What do you think the mindset is right now of regular, everyday people inside Russia who are watching the aftermath of these strikes?
Well, I can't imagine it's very good. You know, Putin's big promise to everybody when he started this war was that it wasn't a war. He called it a, quote, special military operation. Why did he call it a special military operation? Because he didn't want people to think that this was anything more broad than some kind of like minor tactical thing that was being done so that they didn't have to feel the impact of the war. And all of a sudden, now people are feeling the impact of the war. I've been watching these videos of these influencers crying in Tuapse and various other places because they're all feeling under threat. They weren't crying when the Ukrainian children were being killed on a daily basis, but now all of a sudden they're crying. Well, they should be crying, and everybody should be crying. The whole world should be crying until this ridiculous, aggressive, murderous war is stopped. But now the Russians are definitely feeling it, and beyond these explosions from Ukrainian drones is something I think which is dramatically more significant, which is that in an act of extreme paranoia, Vladimir Putin has cut off the internet in Moscow and St. Petersburg. That is something that this is no longer a special military operation if you cut the internet in your country. I mean, the internet is the backbone for everything, all communications, e-commerce, navigation, everything. You cut the internet and everybody feels it. Everybody now knows that the war affects them, that they're now being punished for the war. Now, why is Putin cutting off the internet? There's several theories. One is that he's afraid that the internet will be used to somehow target him, like it was in Iran with Khomeini. Another theory is that he's planning to institute a general conscription or general draft in order to replenish his killed army. And if he does that, he doesn't want people communicating with each other about how angry they are, because that could lead to something very politically destabilizing for him.
So I've spoken about this before, the Russian mindset, but I want to find out what you think about why Russians are more angry about losing access to things like TikTok than they are at the invasion of Ukraine.
Well, it's a very good question, and I've sort of seen different examples of this over a much longer period of time than just the war. When I was running my business in Russia, and I was getting really upset about corruption there, and I started to scream about it, all the Russians said to me, "What are you doing, Bill? Why are you screaming about corruption? You know, that's just what happens here. You know, all we want to do is just make money." And the mindset in Russia, and I think this goes back all the way to like the Stalin times, is that any kind of initiative, any kind of idealism was punished with, gulags, camps, and death. And so over a long period of time, the Russians have effectively lost their morality. And you end up with this really cynical mindset, which is, and of course, this doesn't apply to every Russian. I mean, I know some very good Russian oppositionists, but for the most part, this cynical mentality, which is, I'm going to take care of myself, my friends, my family, and that's it. I don't care about anything else. And anything else more idealistic is just base stupidity. You're a fool if you care about humanity, if you care about corruption, if you care about other people. And that's permeated the entire Russian society. And so you have all these people that like don't care about anything other than themselves. And then all of a sudden, when their own interests are affected with the internet or with the environment around these oil refineries, then all of a sudden they're screaming bloody murder, because it's such a selfish culture that was developed over such a long period of time by punishing anyone who was anything other than selfish.
So just to dig a little bit deeper into that, do you think that mindset will actually create a major vulnerability for the regime?
Well, it's impossible to know what could lead to a civil uprising. It's a very, very hard thing to measure and a hard thing to predict, which is why Putin is so scared, because he doesn't know. I don't know, he doesn't know, you don't know. Nobody knows really what can make this whole thing come undone. What we do know is that, and there's been time and time again in different countries and different examples, where the level of anger of the people eventually overcomes the level of fear. Now, in Russia, Putin can't control the level of anger now. He used to be able to, but he could control it by giving people money and treats of different sorts. All he can do is he can control the level of fear. He can up the level of fear. He can raise the level of repression, which is what he's doing. But there's a moment in time, and nobody can predict it, when it could happen or it may not happen, where anger overcomes fear. I mean, you've seen many examples where it happens. You saw it in Tunisia during the Arab Spring when some fruit seller set himself on fire, and that led to the overthrow of the government of Tunisia, and then eventually Egypt. We saw that in Ukraine in the Orange Revolution. And then you've seen other examples where it never quite works, where in like North Korea, that no matter how angry people are, they're just too scared. In Iran, the same thing. Even when people rose up, they just assassinated 50,000 people. And so we don't know which way it's going to go in Russia. We don't know what will precipitate it, but you can be pretty well assured that if you have high inflation, a terrible economy, you cut off the internet, you send young men to their deaths all across the country, that raises the level of anger for sure.
So turn back the clock when you were in Moscow, you were doing lots of business, and someone came up and told you in the street, one day refineries all across Russia, even in Moscow, would be hit by drones. Would you believe them?
No, absolutely not. And this is sort of the new world we're living in, where everybody, including, I remember the previous U.S. administration was saying, you can't do anything to Putin because he's so volatile, he'll start a nuclear war. And here we are now with the Ukrainians blowing up the entire, or not the entire, because it's still somewhat functioning, but a good part of Russia's oil export infrastructure, and blowing it up in a way that they can't defend themselves against. And that is their lifeblood. And by the way, I think that to the extent that they continue this, and they really blow up all of the oil export capacity, then Putin will have no choice but to negotiate a ceasefire. But I couldn't have imagined this. Russia now looks truly like a weak, middling power. That was the word. Those were the words that President Obama used to describe Russia back in the day, which of course infuriated Putin. But that's what they are. The economy is not that big. It's about the size of Italy. Is the world obsessing about the Italians? No. Russia's military is a complete disgrace. As we've seen, they can't even make a few kilometers advance now in Ukraine, a country 1/10 the size. And so it's no longer a superpower. And of course, Putin no longer can project all this power around the world. He lost Bashar al-Assad in Syria. He lost Maduro in Venezuela. He lost the elder Khamenei in Iran, and there was nothing he could do about any of that.
I want to go to Viktor Orban. I was in Hungary covering the election, and obviously he is now out. What was your reaction to that news?
Orban was his Trojan horse inside the European Union. The European Union requires unanimity to make any major foreign policy decision. And without Orban blocking those decisions, Putin has lost a huge piece of leverage. And of course, we've seen the most material development from that just yesterday, when the European Union finally was able to approve a $90 billion 2-year loan, 90 billion euro 2-year loan to Ukraine, so that Ukraine has the money to continue to fight off the Russians. That is a really bad thing for Vladimir Putin. And it's also a bad thing for any of Putin's objectives to try to find other Orbans. So if you're Babiš, the prime minister of the Czech Republic, or Fico, the prime minister of Slovakia, who are sort of on this ugly path toward Putinism, and you see one of your European colleagues getting absolutely electorally decimated because you sided with Russia, that's probably not that's not a great career move for you. And I imagine that these people will probably sort of back down from their Putin moves because they understand how devastating it could be for their own careers.
So every single time I open YouTube, I see a million different headlines, a million different thumbnails that say Russia's about to collapse, Putin's about to fall out of a window, everything's about to end. And that still hasn't happened. And a lot of people might get a bit fatigued when they hear these words. So what do you think the long term is actually going to look like for Russia? Say it doesn't collapse, say this carries on and on and on. How are things actually going to unfold? in the long term?
Well, so it's very important to understand that Putin needs to stay in power in order to stay alive, and he needs this war to stay in power. He can't cut a deal to stop this war without risking losing power, and if he loses power, he'll die. And so, from Putin's perspective, this is an existential, personal risk, this war, and therefore he's going to allocate whatever resources he has to allocate to continue the war in the hopes that we and the Ukrainians tire before the Russian people tire of it. And of course, he has a much greater capacity to have his people not get tired of it, because he can terrorize them into not being tired of it. If they speak a word of exhaustion from the war, they'll get arrested. And that's a pretty powerful position to be in. And I can remember back in 2014, after he took Crimea and he went to the G20 meeting in Australia, and there was a lunch with all the world leaders, and nobody would sit at his table. There was this very satisfying moment where everyone said, Putin is isolated. But he's like a cockroach. He just comes out of the dark and he just continues to exist, and then some new person gets elected and some new person wants to reset relations with him, and so on and so forth. And so he continues to somehow stay in the game, mainly because he's a dictator and he doesn't have to worry about any domestic stuff. And in all these democracies in the West, we're all changing over, and there's new people and new ideas and so on. And so by no means should anyone rule Putin out. But the one thing that could really put him on the back foot in a terrible way is what the Ukrainians are doing to his oil industry. And if they continue to do that will be his downfall. If he doesn't have the oil industry exporting oil, he doesn't have money. If he doesn't have money, then he can't do any of the stuff that he's been doing for a long time.
So if Ukraine continues these strikes, actually increases these strikes, what do you think that's going to say about the future of this war? When do you think it might end?
Well, I think Ukraine absolutely has to. People sometimes ask me in interviews, what would your advice be for President Zelensky? And my first response is, I don't think I need to advise him. He's doing a pretty good job on his own. But the one thing that I think really hits them where it hurts, their Achilles heel, are these strikes on the oil export capacity. And if they continue that and double down, triple down, that could be a total game changer for Ukraine.
So do you see a genuine turning point to the end of this, and maybe even this year, 2026? Could this end in 2026?
It's impossible to make predictions about things. I would say that the most likely scenario is that this war will be carrying on throughout this year and throughout other years until something breaks on one side or the other. And all we can do from the West side, the supporters of Ukraine side, is give them the tools to carry on doing what they're now doing pretty successfully.
Bill, thank you so much for joining me. It's been a pleasure to speak to you as always.
Good, thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you so much for watching this report. If you've made it this far, I really hope you found it engaging and insightful. I just have a really quick favor before you go, and that's that you could leave a comment under this video. It really helps the algorithms, it helps boost this channel, it helps people see the truth about what's going on in Ukraine. But B, I also just really love reading the comments, especially if it's feedback on what you guys want to see me cover next. And if you have a moment, definitely hit subscribe. Usually every month I release a Frontline documentary somewhere either in Donbass or in the south of Ukraine, showing what Russia is doing, showing the resilience of Ukrainians. And I shall see you next time. Thank you so much for watching.
Hello and welcome to another Frontline recap. Now, I'm Philip Ingram. I present Frontline, but I'm a former senior British military intelligence officer and commentator across the globe on all matters of defence, security, terrorism, cyber, and anything else that people ask me to comment on. And you'll notice some differences in Frontline. A, we haven't done this recap for the last couple of weeks. That's because the production team have been elsewhere, sunning themselves in Greenland. If you can sun yourself in Greenland at this time of the year, and following other world events. But we're also doing some changes in the channel, and Frontline is going to be set up on its own channel. So if you've got subscription, please move it across to the new Frontline channel. It's not going to cost you any more, and you follow us on there. It's as ever with any of these sorts of things, it's going to take a little bit of time before everything settles down. So please bear with us. I've got a couple of things to introduce what's happened this week, and a couple of interviews that I want to point you at. But again, go back and watch all of our interviews this week because they're all absolutely fantastic. And as Ukraine and other world events from a military perspective seem to fall off the headlines with all the other disasters that are going on, it's important that you keep up to date, and we will always keep you up to date with the latest thinking. First bit of thinking that I want to show you is, this is Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, and he's talking about trilateral talks. Have a look at this here.
On the question of the talks, they're today and tomorrow in Abu Dhabi. Look, the good news is that for the first time in a very long time, we have technical military teams from both Ukraine and Russia meeting in a forum that we'll also be involved with, and our experts, Steve Woodcock and Jared Kushner will also be attending for part of that, and we think that's important. And look, I don't want to say talks alone are progress, but it's good that there's engagement going on. I would also caution everyone that on things like this, because there's a lot of sensitivities involved in it, progress is probably not going to be known, even via leaks, until we really have a breakthrough. Our goal is to remain committed. We've committed a year to this. We think we've made real progress. If you look at the checklist of open items that existed at this time last year, and the checklist of open items that remain now in terms of reaching a peace agreement between Ukraine and Russia, that list has been substantially diminished. That's the good news. The bad news is that the items that remain are the most difficult ones. And meanwhile, the war continues. So all I can say in that regard is that we are investing at a very high level, a substantial amount of time and energy to this endeavor. We are going to continue to do everything we can to see if there's a breakthrough. We have 55 partners that we're hoping to enter into collaboration with. Many have already signed on. And the goal here is very simple. We all understand that having a reliable global supply chains and critical minerals and processed and finished materials are critical to everything we do, as I pointed out in my opening statements to the group. And I think this is a broader mistake made by the industrialized and developed world, as we all sort of fell in love with the design of these things, but forgot that in order to design something, you have to be able to build it. And in order to build it, you have to have the fundamental materials necessary to make it with. That's the key goal of critical mineral supply. And today it's heavily concentrated in the hands of one country. And that lends itself to, at worst case scenario, being used as a tool of leverage in geopolitics, but it also lends itself to any sort of disruptions, like a pandemic or anything that could political instability. And I think there's a growing global recognition that we need to have supply chains for critical minerals that are reliable and diverse across the world. Some countries have a number of critical minerals that they have available to them in terms of mining, but just haven't been able to do it because a foreign competitor will come in, they'll gut the price, they'll undercut it through state subsidies and unfair practices. And so it becomes economically unviable to be able to explore for critical minerals. So it's why we've made it a priority. First, we try to lead by example in what we've done here in the United States. And that includes permitting reform that makes it easier to go into this industry on the critical minerals we have here domestically, but also the creating demand, which is what the president announced yesterday by the announcement of a strategic stockpile of critical minerals. But we understand that this is a global challenge that requires a global response. And so we're working here today to create a forum for that to happen. And part of this is this new initiative, Forge, which we described earlier. We've got a number of countries that have signed on to that and many more that we hope will do so. This afternoon, there'll be additional sessions led by Trade Representative Greer, who's going to present on a price floor mechanism, and that's designed to make sure that these commodities will never fall below a certain price so that they can become economically viable. The idea is to protect people's investments or investments in these sectors across the world. As far as critical minerals are concerned, look, that's a part of economic prosperity for Ukraine and its future. This war will end at some point, and when it does, Ukraine needs to be able to harness all the resources of their country to be able to rebuild it. Ukraine has tremendous economic potential. It is a country that could probably double its GDP in the next decade with the right economic moves, and we certainly think that is a part of an enduring peace. And so a lot of work and thinking has gone into that ahead of time. And so that hopefully it will be able to be actioned on as soon as the war comes to a conclusion.
And in this, Marco Rubio is saying that the trilateral talks are productive. And whenever you're getting all sides together, in particular the Ukrainians and the Russians around the table, but with the Americans there able to act as a go-between where that's needed, then that is positive, because we have to remember that warfare is diplomacy by other means. It starts when diplomacy fails. It finishes when you get the conditions set to get back around the table again, whether that round the table is for a complete surrender or a compromise agreement between the different warring factions. That's something that is decided. And Rubio is saying it's productive. Zelensky is also saying it's productive. But the other thing that came out of this that interested me was Rubio was talking about there being a US-led critical minerals alliance. Now, the interesting thing in that is critical minerals is focusing on what Donald Trump was talking about with regard to Greenland. He's talked about that before with regard to Ukraine. And what's driving this very much is China's domination of the critical mineral market. They own about 90% of the economic output of critical minerals around the world, whether that be the mines themselves or the refining capability. And this is something that the Americans are very concerned about. They're looking at non-economic outputs for these critical minerals so that they can support US tech and in particular defense industries. This is something that hasn't gone away and won't go away. Next video I want to point you at, and it sort of ties in a little bit with the critical mineral bit, but also the relationship between Russia and China. And this is Putin and Xi Jinping agreeing on closer ties. Have a look at this here.
For the Russia-Chinese relationship, as one can say with confidence, any time of the year is spring. I would like to personally wish you, and through you, the whole friendly Chinese nation, a happy new year and the upcoming Spring Festival. The comprehensive partnership and strategic cooperation between Russia and China are exemplary. This year, we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Treaty of Good Neighborliness and Friendly Cooperation, which is fundamental to our relationship. Its further implementation undoubtedly meets key interests of the peoples of our countries and contributes to the strengthening of holistic and truly comprehensive cooperation between Russia and China. Russia is among the leaders in energy suppliers to China. Our partnership in energy is mutually beneficial and truly strategic. We are engaged in an active dialogue over peaceful and the promotion of high-tech projects, including in manufacturing and space exploration. As for the international situation, cooperation between Moscow and Beijing in foreign policy remains an important stabilizing factor amid growing global turbulence. We are ready to keep working in the closest coordination on global and regional issues, both bilaterally and in all multilateral platforms. On such a pleasant and quite symbolic day, I am pleased to have an in-depth conversation with you in order to develop together a new grand plan for development of bilateral relations. It is important to use a historic opportunity to constantly deepen strategic cooperation and jointly shoulder the responsibilities of major powers to ensure continued development of Chinese-Russia relations along the right trajectory.
And those closer ties are coming in a number of different ways. Of course, the Russian Defense Minister, Sergei Shoigu, has been in China and has reiterated or emphasized on this occasion Russia's support for China's ambitions to take over Taiwan. Russia's always been on the fence beforehand, but this is somewhere where Shoigu has actually come off that fence and been much clearer. I think it shows the importance of the relationship that there is between Putin and Xi. Of course, Xi taking what he can from Russia and Putin relying desperately on Xi's support to continue his illegal war in Ukraine. So let's get into the interviews this week, and continuing on the theme of China and Russia, here's my interview with Ian Williams, who is a renowned journalist specializing in Russia, Ukraine, but in particular China, and have a look at what he has to say here.
Putin's aggression in Ukraine would simply not be sustainable without Chinese support. He's underwriting the war effectively, and he's doing that in several ways. Economically, by buying more Russian goods than ever, whether that be gas, hydrocarbons, by supplying China with consumer goods, technology, and of course through the provision of multi-purpose technology such as machine tools or drones, going very close to that line between military help and economic help. So Russia has a lot to be grateful for and is highly dependent upon China. Now, a quid pro quo will be Russian support for Taiwan. Russia's always been a little bit cautious about being too overt in its support for China over Taiwan, because it doesn't want to find itself tied up down there in any conflict that might emerge. But you saw before Christmas when the Japanese Prime Minister suggested that the security interests of Japan were parallel to those of Taiwan, and in fact, if Taiwan came under attack, she suggested that Japan would inevitably become involved. Now, China threw a predictable tantrum out that. I mean, one diplomat even suggested that the Prime Minister should have her head cut off. One Chinese diplomat in Japan. There was a show of force by China around Taiwan, and interestingly, it also involved Russian nuclear-capable bombers joining Chinese aircraft in a show of force not far from Japan. So I think that Russia feels obliged to show strong verbal support for China's claim over Taiwan in exchange for this increasing dependence that they do have on China.
Well, Japan doesn't have a good history with Russia. China doesn't have a particularly good history with Russia. But the regional tensions that there are growing as Chinese expansionism grows and its expansionism around the world. But also, as you say, Chinese support. Zelensky turned around and claimed that the Russian strikes that are hitting Ukrainian civilian targets and cities are being guided by Chinese satellite data. And therefore, if Beijing is providing the eyes for Russian missiles, surely the distance between lethal aid and dual-use technology that Xi Jinping has tried to be very careful about the boundary that he steps over. Surely that boundary has been well and truly not just stepped over, but jumped over.
Yeah, I think it's been breached. That example is only one of many with the provision of satellite information for targeting by the Russians. And a lot of technology, I mean, drones is an example. Drone technology is multi-use, but of course it's become a frontline weapon in multiple ways for Russia. And again, Chinese know-how, Chinese technology on the drone front are heavily involved in that. There's also been, of course, Chinese soldiers have been apprehended in Ukraine. China has sought to distance itself from these soldiers, implying that these are mercenaries and there's no official sanction there. But progressively, the so-called red line between provision of support of an economic and civilian technology variety and military support is being breached in multiple ways.
One of the other things about the Soviet Union was it became a huge arms supplier for many different countries around the world, and certainly any country where there was a despot leader, they have and still have old Soviet-style tanks and aircraft and all the rest. Do you think China's positioning itself to take over from that now that Russia is A, burning through all of its equipment, but B, the reality is people are seeing how poorly it is faring in modern warfare against the simplest of weapon systems, like a drone with an RPG strapped to it is destroying some of the latest Russian tanks. And whenever the Russians were saying that it could stop the NATO's best tanks in a frontal fight, that's just been proven wrong. And China's positioning itself to take on that global market.
I think it's already taking it on because China is a technological power, significant technological power, and as such it way outstrips Russia. I mean, Russia technologically is a minnow compared with China, and the world, especially the global south, as the poorer countries are often referred, wants Chinese technology. It doesn't want Russian technology. I think at the end of the Cold War, there was an arrangement whereby China needed weaponry, needed technology, and Russia desperately wanted somewhere to flog it, to keep its armaments industry alive. And China became a big customer. It also acquired covertly as well a lot of information about Russian arms, which it then copied. And China has emerged now with a formidable arms industry of its own, which in many areas is far superior to that of Russia. Russia still has the edge on some fronts, but China has emerged with a significant arms industry, and in terms of export is looking to erode in those markets where Russia used to be more dominant, because of course Ukraine is taking all the Russian bandwidth at the moment. The weapons are needed on the Ukrainian front line, which are burning through them at a quite an alarming rate from Putin's perspective.
And in this, Ian and I discuss the relationship between China and Russia, and we discuss what it is that Xi Jinping will have as a hold over Putin, how important that relationship is to Putin, how much support he's getting from China, and how vital that is to his war operation. Ian is one of the world's leading experts on this relationship between China in particular and Russia, but the Chinese influence. And we expand a little bit to look at China's ambitions and what's going on politically, of course, with there have been recent clear-outs of senior generals at high levels where some of them have been accused of being US spies passing nuclear secrets to the CIA. This is a good interview. I can't commend it more highly. And the next interview that I want to point you at is looking at the detail of what's going on in the peace settlements and stuff at the minute. And it's me talking with former Major General Chip Chapman. Have a look at this here.
This partial ceasefire that we sort of seem to have brokered apparently by Trump wasn't really that, and indeed it was just really a tactical pause and overnight on the 2nd and 3rd of February. We now seem to have seen, according to Zelensky, the largest number of cruise missiles and ballistic missiles used in the war, not the largest number in terms of the overall number of drones, ballistic missiles and cruise missiles used. So during the non-ceasefire, they've really just stockpiled stuff to use on the sort of clap, don't dribble method that we always talk about. And of course, they've done that overnight on the coldest day of the year. So I don't think we've really got anywhere, but let's sort of break some of those apart and therefore look at it really. So the partial ceasefire, as I see it, is not really a concession. It's a signal, and there are three signals behind that. The first one is we are reasonable if Ukraine accepts our core demands. Rubbish, but that's the way that they would see it. Secondly, that we can turn the violence on and off. And thirdly, Trump can sort of say that there is progress and that it's Ukraine that's the blocker. And only if they would only concede the Donbass, and then we keep now quoting it's the size of Delaware. I'm not sure why they do that, because America would never concede Delaware to anyone. Then peace could be cemented, and that is the problem, I think, at the moment, that they're talking about land, the Americans, and indeed when when Trump was talking about the Gaza sort of situation, one of the phrases he used there was that I look at things through a real estate prism, and that is the real problem. This is not about real estate and territory, a land swap. This is about sovereignty from a Ukrainian perspective, and oil and water don't really meet, and that's the problem we've really got at the moment. So Russia will maintain its position of no concessions. America and Russia, in terms of the military and information domains, will maintain the pressure, and they hope that the reward is some sort of peace. And I don't think Trump really cares what that sort of peace is, just so he can wave a piece of paper and try and get a Nobel Peace Prize. Well, Ukraine suffers, but all this has to be again wrapped up then with the Russian intent, which is to have sustained offensive operations at the front and blackouts in the rear, hoping that it can break the Ukrainian will and force it to accept the Russian terms. There is also the sticking point, because the Russian terms are still maximalist. It's not just, this notion from Dmitriev that the path of peace is conceding Donbass. It is far wider than that. It's all that stuff about denazification and demilitarization, aiming to break Ukrainian sovereignty and culture. That doesn't mean it would be next year, but you don't concede your vital ground in military terms, which is what the Donbass would be with the fortress cities, particularly of Kramatorsk and Sloviansk, which would give your enemy the tactical ability to come again at a time and place of their choosing.
But, once again, we're seeing Donald Trump being humiliated. He turned around and said, when he introduced this sort of pseudo ceasefire, that there would be no rockets or attacks until at least the 5th of February. And as you quite rightly described, we've had one of the largest ballistic and cruise missile attacks on Kyiv on the coldest night, or across Ukraine on the coldest night of the year. We've also seen, in recent days, a drone attack on a bus in Dnipropetrovsk, which killed 12 miners. We've seen a civilian train being struck in Kharkiv. Is Putin deliberately trying to push the boundaries with Trump to see how far he can get? And why do you think Trump isn't responding and going, hang on, you're not keeping up to your side of the bargain. I'm going to come down hard on you.
Well, no one knows the mercurial mind of Donald Trump, and I think that's the problem. It seems to me that one of the key things, I thought would be the key things, was Lindsey Graham on the 6th of January saying that Trump had greenlit the sledgehammer sanctions at 500%. That would be very impactful on Russia in the same way that what could be impactful today is seemingly that the Americans have done a tariff deal with India, bringing the tariff down from 50% to 18%, and looking to not sell Russian oil to India, and that oil being replaced by Venezuelan oil, for example. That could be impacted. But it's almost at the moment that we've got to the point where it's a sort of rerun of the November position where, from Trump's perspective, it was, you've got 1 week to settle. So what would be interesting, I think, in Abu Dhabi this week is, again, whether it is give Donbass or there'll be no security guarantees. That seems to be the way the Americans are going at the moment. Again, part of that pressure strategy to reward Russia and get Ukraine to concede. We're no further down that line of trying to unblock that. And that's, as I said, to my mind, this is not a issue of land. It's that fundamental issue about sovereignty. But I think that is, of course, the real macro geopolitical problem, that Trump doesn't really look at things in terms of sovereignty. That's why we've had all the nonsense about Canada as the 51st state, and Greenland is, I'll invade Greenland and it'll become the 52nd state. I mean, it's just, the chicken bones of the international order have been sort of thrown in the air. I'm not quite sure where they're going to come down in the future. What we do know, of course, is that hard power matters, and that's what both Donald Trump and Putin have really shown in the last few years.
And Chip and I are old friends and colleagues. We have served together on operations, in a couple of different operations, and we commented together across the world. And it's always good to catch up with them, because we get this understanding of things from a military tactical perspective, and we can delve into the tactics as to what's going on. But looking at there was a ceasefire that Trump had agreed, and Putin seemed to have broken it. Now Trump seems to have rolled back on that and tried to change the conditions of the ceasefire. It was a week-long agreement that Putin said he was not going to attack Ukraine's critical infrastructure, and then they attacked on the coldest night of the year Ukraine's power infrastructure around Kyiv and other cities. So we delve into that and have a look at that and put into context the air war and the ongoing strikes against Kyiv, but also look at what's going on from a tactical perspective on the Eastern Front, and how that is likely to develop over the next 18 to 24 months. Chip has got this fantastic way of describing what is going on today and bringing it into context with historical examples and other recent examples as well. So if you ever want to get a proper understanding of what's going on, listen to Chip and I talk, and this is a fantastic interview. As ever, I commend all of the interviews this week. Don't just watch these clips that I put out there. Go and watch the full long-form interviews, because that'll give you a real and proper understanding, and there's some nuggets in all of them. But once again, thank you for watching, and please like and subscribe. Go to our new Frontline channel, and make sure that you're properly subscribed in there. Put your comments in, and if you're subscribed, then I can answer your comments in the Q&A next week. But thank you for watching. Goodbye.
That Kevin Walsh could not say out loud who won the 2020 election dismays me as a human being, but even more, if what you want to do is make the case that you're independent, believe in an independent Fed. What does independence mean? Independence literally means I will prize the best interest of the American people above hurting the president's feelings.
Hi, I'm Fergus McPhee, and welcome to the Trump Report. You can watch us every day, Monday to Friday, on our YouTube channel, and you can also listen and follow the show wherever you get your podcasts. You'll also now find the Trump Report on your socials. Just search for us on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok, and you'll find loads of great short-form content on there. Joining me today, I'm delighted to say, is Justin Wolfers, Professor of Public Policy and Economics at the University of Michigan. Justin, whenever you and I speak, it means there must be something going on in the world of economics. How are you?
Good, mate. Are you going to tell me what it is that's going on?
I will tell you what it is. There's a few things going on, but we'll start probably. There's only one place to start. And you've been saying, not only since the start of the war, but arguably since Liberation Day last year, perhaps even longer, you can tell me, you've kind of been saying that often whenever the president follows his instincts, markets react poorly. Then perhaps when he rows back, they reverse course. Well, I'm saying that now because after reports last night that Trump is considering ending the ceasefire and launching new strikes in Iran and potentially even ground forces to try and secure the Strait, the price of oil hit its highest level since the start of the war, actually its highest level for 4 years, $126 a barrel. I think it's dropped a little bit since then. It kind of seems like, what you've been saying has been perhaps proven true again.
We could begin all our interviews that way. I should narrow what I meant to say, which is on the trade war, which was pointless and destructive and hurt the United States and hurt our allies and hurt our enemies. Every time we leaned into that particular mistaken policy, markets would tank, and when we back off, they'd rise. And then I did say it again for the war. And the logic of both is pretty much the same, which is these are immensely destructive actions. Economies work best when we're all friends, we all work together. And frankly, when Washington is boring, hey, Fergus, you might have noticed, we keep getting together to talk about the president. My guess is prior to the Trump report, you didn't run a podcast called the Biden report or the Obama report.
There were discussions, but no, the podcast did launch for the start of the president's second term.
And that's because it was boring. And there's something splendid and amazing and beautiful and glorious about boring. And I'm a professional economist and I love talking about this stuff, but I bet your audience can't wait to be done with talking to economists, with economists, and about the economy. But so these are, look, the president's instincts on trade, I think, are all wrong. That's why markets always were responding to it. The president's instincts on war was he hated it. And he thought it was terrible. It's that reversal now where markets agree with the old version of the president, not with the new version.
And why haven't, I know you spoke about this, I think, on US sort of cable TV last week. Why haven't we seen markets actually crash? Are investors kind of still pricing too high the prospect of a quick peace deal?
There's so much going on there. So let me go back and actually talk about how an economist would try and measure this. So on any given day, if you just ask the question, what is the level of the stock market? It reflects many, many, many things. If what you're interested in is, does the stock market think it would be, the question is, the important policy question is, would the stock market be higher if we weren't at war? And so really what we need is two stock markets. We need to be able to observe the war stock market and the not war stock market, and we compare them, and then we know whether the war was hurting the stock market. We don't have that, but we can actually do something remarkably similar, which is say the president gives a belligerent speech. If we see the stock market just before, that's the stock market thinking, well, there's only a bit of a chance of war. If we see it minutes later, because it's just minutes later, it's basically the same economy, basically the same stock market, but that's the stock market now with a higher chance of war. And you compare those two. And that's where the observation becomes so important, that every time the president leans into belligerence, that the stock market falls. So that's the stock market directly telling you we are worth less because of American belligerence. There's a completely different question. Why is the stock market high rather than low? Is this AI? Is this what's going, there's a million other things going on. But there's no question that the market is lower because of the war.
Okay, if we return back to the oil markets we started with then, the fact that it did go to that highest price we've seen since the start of the war yesterday, does that imply then that the markets are pretty confident that of all these options Trump has been presented with, he will take the most belligerent one?
possible there's even worse things out there. But, you know, when oil prices are going up, that is a vote of concern. I would look less at what we call spot oil prices, which is today's oil price, because that's got a lot to do with, you know, how long does it take a ship to get through the Strait? There's a lot of very, very short-term factors. I'd look at futures, which is people buying and selling oil 2, 3, 6 months in the future, even 2, 3, 6 years in the future. And they tell us about the expectations of, you know, if things were to settle down, it would still take a couple of months. So that's why you want to look ahead there. But you see the same pattern. And the pattern is that oil markets are as worried about ongoing strife in the Middle East disrupting oil trade, which is not the whole story of war. It's an important part of the war story, but it's not all of it. But they're certainly worried about ongoing disruptions to the oil market for months and in some respect years to come.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I was like I said, the last time we saw this high was after the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Obviously, I always stipulate this a little different for me here in the UK and in Europe, but for us at least, I mean, those high prices were 18 months, 2 years. I mean, would you say that's the kind of thing that we might be in for?
Right, good question. So this is what oil prices are really useful for, oil futures. In fact, we can see them out for many, many years. So there are two descriptions of the same fact. I want to give you both of them, which is future oil prices, say oil prices for 2028, are and remain substantially higher than they were before the war, maybe 25% higher. For 2028, 29. So that means, you know, life's not great in the future. Now, by the way, when I say 25% greater, that's $70, $75 a barrel. So that brings us to the second description, which is in the short run, oil is above $100 a barrel. Longer run futures suggest that's coming down. So two things are true. The future is not expected to be quite as bad as the present, and the future is much worse than it would have been without the war.
The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament last night, he was kind of poking fun and taking aim at Donald Trump. I mean, one of the themes we've always learned on this show is that during this conflict, it's very difficult to trust anything that comes out of either side until you see direct action. But anyway, he sort of said last night, you know, I'm going to paraphrase this. I hope you're enjoying your $120 a barrel. Soon it will be $140 a barrel. Like I said, you can't trust what comes out of either side, but what actually would that mean?
Right. So there's a game that's played in the news media where, let's talk about a couple of things just to give the audience context for understanding some of what they're reading and hearing elsewhere. So at the moment, the price of Brent crude is about $110, $120. It's crazy. In a perfect moment, most of our audience wouldn't have to keep track of that. What always happens is, so that price reflects the best guess given an uncertain world. Now, in an uncertain world, something worse could happen, but guess what? Something better could happen. And so what always happens in this media moment is someone stands up and says, oil could hit $150 a barrel. And then they got a lot of press because that's a very interesting story. Now, roughly speaking, these, I'm going to overstate and oversimplify, but roughly speaking, these distributions are symmetric. So when someone says it could be $40 worse, it could also be $40 better. But no one ever made a living standing up saying, world could be better, world could be worse. Hard to know. I'm trying to make a living doing that. So we should prepare for the worst and hope for the best. So maybe the people who are saying it could be much worse are,
and as I said, the people who are saying it is the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, who has his own political interests that are.
It's the second, right. So we all know when we're listening to the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, he is in fact not an oil forecaster, and he may not have your best interests at heart. So stuff that's said by your political rivals probably shouldn't be taken seriously. Stuff that's said by your president, historically, we would take seriously. Today, we cannot. And then I just wanted to broaden the point, which is you will read and hear much more alarming headlines, but realize could happen is not the same thing as would happen.
But is it a fact, though, if the Strait does reopen tomorrow, which at time of recording seems extremely unlikely, but we'll go with it, even a lot of that pain, though, is still yet to be felt?
Absolutely. So there's a bunch of things going on there. One, a bunch of, so basically oil storage on the wrong side of the Strait because they can't get the oil out. The storage tanks are full. Because of that, you basically have to shut down the drilling. And it's a little bit like thinking about a Windows computer. Once you shut it down, it could take a long time to restart. Then, once you've restarted it, you actually have to get it through the ports, or some of the ports have been destroyed. That could take a long time. And then it actually has to get on a boat. And the boat has to actually it takes a while for a boat to get places. And what's happened is in much of the rest of the world, we've run down our reserves. And so what's actually happening is a genuine scarcity as opposed to an expected scarcity right now.
And before all of that, you of course need the political will of both nations to come together. But yes, we'll move on slightly to Jerome Powell because
let's pause. I want to can I make one important point about the Iran war? This sounds completely disconnected. So Fergus, I want you to help me connect it for the audience. A little marked anniversary this week. It is 6 months since the president knocked over the east wing of the White House. It remains rubble. He knocked it over first, asked questions later, and still doesn't have a plan to do anything to fix the White House. I feel there's a sense of metaphor here. Maybe you can complete the thought for us.
I can see the metaphor you're making, but the east wing of the White House is a little different to the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, so I'm going to add to the metaphor. It's now 1.5 years since the president started the trade war. He started the trade war. That set of tariffs was ruled unconstitutional, so we put in place a temporary set of tariffs that last for 150 days. We're now roughly a third of the way through that, and we don't know what's going to happen next. Are you starting to see any kind of pattern here?
And I think regular viewers to the show will probably always also see that pattern. We will, of course, bring out run updates every day, Monday to Friday, with whatever does happen in the future. We will move on to Jerome Powell because he took his final meeting as the chair of the Federal Reserve yesterday. And in a surprise to kind of absolutely nobody, he announced that rates were going to stay held between 3.5 and 3.75%. I know a few months ago now when we spoke, the move was kind of bullish. I think you were kind of bullish yourself on a possible rate cut. That was obviously before the war.
Yes. And so once I'm going to play the same trick I played with how we talk about Iran. It turns out there's futures markets on the Fed. And back when we spoke last time, those futures markets expected a series of rate cuts as the Fed was going to move from being lightly having its foot on the brake to definitely foot off the brake and maybe tapping the accelerator a little bit. And there was definitely an argument that we ought to. The economy's roughly been moving sideways, and if you're a pessimist, it's been getting slightly worse. And there's a lot to be concerned about in the future with war, oil shocks, and the like. So that's where we were. And then since the Iran war, and really that's the only economic news since we last spoke, markets are expecting basically no rate cuts for the next 1.5 years. So the president wanted rate cuts. He's not going to get them.
Are you expecting rate hikes?
I think it's a much more open question than many people realize. So I want to separate the conventional wisdom from Justin's tweak. And conventional wisdom is often smarter than me. So that's why I want to separate them, right? The conventional wisdom right now is the war in Iran has caused inflation to rise. And therefore, it's very hard for the central bank to cut interest rates when inflation's rising. That's a story one hears a lot in the media. It's a little bit too simple. So let me tell you something closer to, so that's the media conventional wisdom story. Let me now tell you what is the Fed conventional wisdom story, which is you add a different complication. So the war in Iran is what we call a supply shock. the supply shock causes both inflation to go up and the economy to sink. And so that makes it hard, because when inflation goes up, you raise rates. When the economy sinks, you lower rates. What do? And the standard textbook solution is, when it's a supply shock like this, what will happen is oil prices will rise from their low level to their high level. That interim period causes inflation, but once they're at that high level, they'll stay there. So therefore, prices are high, but inflation, which is the rate of change of prices, stops. So that just means if you hold your breath and close your eyes, once you open your eyes again, the inflation will be gone. And so then that's the advice that the Fed should, the conventional language is, look through the supply shock, which is basically say ignore it. So markets became convinced the Fed would never cut rates while inflation was rising, but actually the textbook tells it, actually don't let the supply shock stop you from doing what you want to do.
Well, this brings me to the next question, because at the same time today, the Bank of England also announced they were holding rates, I think, at 3.75%. Again, that wasn't a surprise. Wasn't a surprise to me. Wasn't really a surprise to any economist in the UK. One thing I did think was slightly surprising was the sort of quote flying around afterwards that said that their kind of analysts and economists said it was too early for rate hikes to know if you needed a rate hike due to the impact of the war. But I was like, we kind of know the impact of the war, can't we? Or you talk about futures, we can sort of predict the impact of the war. And I think they are conceding there will be rate hikes later this year anyway.
So this is where I want to give you Justin's tweak, which is, if you took the textbook seriously, you wouldn't say what people are saying. You wouldn't say rates are rising, right? You would say this inflation is transitory, right? And so therefore, I'm just going to ignore it. Therefore, the Bank of England, the Fed, the ECB doesn't need to raise rates. There's a slight tweak that comes before Justin's tweak, but let me give you Justin's tweak. I think when I listen to these organizations, they take the textbook much more seriously than Wall Street appears to believe they do. So Wall Street is saying there's no more rate cuts. And you were just describing the Brits as saying there's rate hikes coming. I think that really underestimates the extent to which economists take economics seriously. So I actually think there's a reasonably good case actually for cutting rates, but it would take an immensely courageous person to do it. So they may not be in a hurry to do that, but it's by no means obvious they're going to. So raising rates would be not only throwing away the textbook, but moving in the opposite direction.
Is that amazingly courageous person going to be Kevin Walsh? Got you on the spot there.
Yeah, no, good question. So I want to give the audience some background here. So Walsh is two things. One, he's the president's appointee. The president wants low interest rates always and everywhere. Walsh has contorted himself to somehow believe that he ought to cut rates. Walsh also was on the Federal Reserve between 2006 and 2011 and was the loudest voice throughout that period for keeping rates high. So who is Kevin Walsh is a deep and profound question. Is he the inflation hawk who believes always stomping out inflation, always keeping rates high? Because that Kevin Walsh would actually be voting for rate hikes right now. He'd be the only one. Or is he the bloke who was in a room with the president and said, I love low interest rates, I don't care about inflation, everything you do is amazing, boss, and I don't know who won the 2020 election? That bloke would vote for lower rates. An important point Jay Powell made yesterday is it doesn't matter because the Federal Open Market Committee is 12 people. Walsh is only one of them. The outsized power that a Fed chair has comes from earned respect. You don't arrive on day one with earned respect. So there are serious views, serious analysis. They're somewhat solidified. You're not going to see Walsh come in and move the needle in an important way on day one.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think I'm right. You were sort of ready to give him the benefit of the doubt until that exchange with Elizabeth Warren at the Senate hearing.
Yeah. That Kevin Walsh could not say out loud who won the 2020 election dismays me as a human being, but even more, if what you want to do is make the case that you're independent, believe in an independent Fed, What does independence mean? Independence literally means I will prize the best interest of the American people above hurting the president's feelings. Walsh faced a case, should I hurt the president's feelings in the service of truth or simply being confirmed? And Walsh decided not to hurt the president's feelings. That was a terrible, terrible thing. You look at surveys of American Wall Street economists, about half of them are worried that the guy's not going to be independent. Half of them aren't. We don't actually know the truth. It could be that he made the president a bunch of promises. Once he gets the job, he doesn't have to live up to those promises. He's a true public servant. And that's the story that many of his friends tell. They say he's lying now, the truth will be terrific. What a world we live in, that's the best defense of a person.
Well, how is he going to work with Powell? Because the other news from yesterday was that Powell is going to be staying on the board for, we don't know quite how long, but at least until the White House investigation into him is over.
I actually took Powell's comments yesterday as being a vote of faith in Kevin Walsh, and he's worked with him. And he knows him, and he thinks that Walsh can do the job. He won't do it the way Jay Powell did it, but I read Powell as roughly being ready for a serious handover to someone who he takes seriously. And I think Jay Powell has told us the truth and shown great insight. So when he says, I think this is okay, I actually went to bed last night and felt a little better. I think that handoff's going to work very well. Jay Powell was very clear. He said, I am going to take on a lower profile. I'm not going to be a shadow Federal Reserve chair. Look, Jay Powell has got exactly one weapon, one piece of leverage against the White House, and it's a White House that's done a lot to try to destroy him personally and the institution more broadly. The one card he still holds is his seat as the Federal Reserve Governor, and he's holding on to it until he feels confident that he doesn't need to play it.
How do you think that's going down in the White House?
I would be delighted to see the president upset about this. It's actually not historically as unusual as people say. So Eccles did it. Alan Greenspan said that if he'd not been reappointed, he would have stayed on as a Federal Reserve Governor. Would it be good to get fresh blood every now and then? Absolutely. Is it good to have continuity at a moment like this? Absolutely. The emotional reactions of the folks in the White House is the thing I care least about. Do I think this will be good for the American economy? On balance, yes.
Just one other thing on the Fed. Another headline stood out, I know you sort of posted a graph about this on X as well, is that dissent over its decision-making at kind of like a 30-year high. I mean, why? And what does that actually mean in practice?
Yeah, I am struck. Let me take a roundabout way to answering that. I'm struck when I have to analyze the economy. And by the way, you should push your other guests on this. Sometimes the president does something or the Fed does something, and I immediately think good or bad. And then I have to think to myself, is that because I have Trump derangement syndrome? Am I viewing things through a partisan lens when that weakens my analysis? And I've caught myself doing it. And I hope you'll call me out on it, Fergus. And the problem is the Federal Reserve governors are people too. And they've been invited to start seeing the economy through this partisan lens. Stephen Moran was appointed from being one of the president's chief economists directly to the board, claimed to be independent, was holding two jobs at the same time, and has done nothing but parrot White House talking points. And if someone were relentlessly intellectually dishonest or unhelpful or partisan in front of me, that triggers my partisan cues. You're starting to see, when people report on the Supreme Court, they always say that the liberal judges did this, the conservative judges did that. We never historically did that with economists, but it's becoming something that feels a little bit more important, which I think is weakening. Anytime we start thinking in partisan terms rather than analytic terms, we become weaker and dumber.
Yeah. So if you start feeling that personally, you start to feel like you're moving slightly more towards partisan terms, how do you get back onto that analytic base?
Take a deep breath. I remember it's not about the president and it's not about my feelings. And I just try to notice it. I cannot say to you or your audience that I get it right, but I wanted to say out loud what happened because I think it's important that people understand that these triggers now have become very strong. And when I hear the president announce something, I often think to myself, what's wrong with it before I think what's right with it. And, you know, look, we all hope that our meta-analytic self is better than our actual self and we catch ourselves. And, I fail too often.
Okay, last one on this then. With Warsh kind of all but certain to come in, the tone that he struck at his Senate sort of confirmation last week was that the Fed needed change. I was reading a piece by Steve Forbes, obviously in Forbes today, saying that when Warsh comes in, he needs to turn the place upside down. I mean, you're shaking your head at that. I mean, what does that, again, what does that mean by turn the Fed upside down?
So this is actually how Warsh got the job. And to be honest, I'll just give you a technical term. This is a pack of dickheads. The saying the Fed gets something wrong is easy, but it takes a model to beat a model. So when you say, I don't like what they're doing, you have to articulate what you want them to do instead. Walking in and firing everyone or ignoring them, if what that means you're just going to hire the second tier folks who couldn't get a job there the first time, that doesn't help anyone. So this was a really, really clever talking point from Warsh. What he did is he made himself in opposition to the Fed. Many of us foster resentments, including me. Fed doesn't listen to me enough.
But that's kind of, I know obviously this separate politically, but that is just modern politics, isn't it? Like making yourself in opposition to something.
I think you're right. And it's sad in some sense it moved into my boring technocratic area. So I haven't read the Steve Forbes column, but you and I can have a side bet. I bet you he didn't actually say what should happen. And, he said the Fed's, I know that Warsh said the Fed's models are all broken. Okay, but what's better? That's leadership. Outside bomb throwing, even I know how to do outside bomb throwing. And look, if I want to be Fed governor, I'm going to say everything's broken there. We should all do things our way without defining ours. So, look, the genuine intellectual challenge for Warsh is if you want to fix the place, what is it you do want to do rather than what you don't want to do? Answers to that are vitally important. They're constructive and would be a wonderful discussion to have, but it's not the one anyone's having right now.
Perhaps it's a discussion for the future here on the Trump Report. But for now, Justin, thank you very much as always for joining us.
Great pleasure, mate.
Americans lose. I mean, let's say this first, and I have to say that, first thing, nobody wins in a tariff war. Nobody wins. But if you talk specifically, if Trump is jacking the tariffs up, it's those American importers of components that come in from China that have to pay higher costs. That includes, by the way, Elon Musk, and it's one of the reasons why Elon Musk fell out with Trump. It is American manufacturers who pay higher costs because their input costs go up. It's American farmers who pay the price on this, and it's American consumers.
Hi, I'm Maddie Hale, and welcome to the Trump Report. Today I've got Professor Scott Lucas from the Princeton Institute at the University College Dublin on the show. Of course, you can watch us every day, Monday through Friday, on Times Radio's YouTube page, or you can stream us as a podcast wherever you get your podcast. But today is a special Saturday episode. Scott, thank you so much for joining the Trump Report today.
Hey, thank you. It's great to be joining me on a Saturday.
We love a weekend episode when there is stuff going on, and of course, the news never sleeps in Trump land, so there's a lot to talk about. So Trump's trade war with China escalated on Friday. China, somewhat out of the blue, Scott, basically announced this week that new export restrictions on global supplies of rare earth and critical minerals would be introduced. These are crucial minerals, and of course, China dominates this industry. Many countries will be impacted, but the United States will be hit the hardest. So Trump basically retaliated by announcing that from November 1st, the US would double tariffs on Chinese imports i.e., impose 100% tariff. He also threatened to impose export controls on critical software to China. China then came back, announced that it would charge export port fees on US-linked vessels docking in China starting from October 14th. So next week, Scott, you've got to walk me through this escalation.
Yeah, something's gone really pear-shaped beyond Trump's, normal, abnormal chaos. Just a quick background check where we are. First of all, why are the rare earths so important? China controls 90% of the processing of rare earths, 90. They control 70% of the supply of rare earths. It's not like you can go to alternatives if they decide to drop the hammer on this, which they've done. Everybody thought that this was calming down over the summer. You might remember back in the spring when Trump had his magic chart of tariffs and everybody was going to get hit. I think he was up to 245% at one time on the Chinese, and the Chinese were like up to 145%. And then the adults in the room in the Trump administration, Scott Bessent, especially the Treasury Secretary, got in there and said, all right, look, probably do we really want to go to the mat with the Chinese? And they went into talks and everybody dropped the levels. So the level of US tariff on Chinese products, 30%, China on US only 10%. Now here's what I honestly can't work out, Maddie, and I'm going to be interested if our great viewers can come in and help. And that is the last set of talks between the US and Chinese delegations was in Madrid. And it was only several days ago, right? Now, I didn't, and there was a rush of other things going on, so I may have missed it. I didn't see an update coming out of those talks. But we still thought everything's on course for Trump to do his big PR thing with Xi Jinping, who he tends to admire as president for life, because that's what he wants to be as well. And then China, for some reason, decided, all right, we're going to play hardball on the rare earths. Now, they didn't specifically name the U.S. in this, but you got to think that the U.S. has got to be one of the key targets. So did the talks go badly in Madrid? Does China think, all right, they can extract something specific out of the United States by using the stick rather than the carrot? Where's their calculation here? And again, on the other side, because the Chinese did this and Trump came back so quickly to react, I don't have the space to look at US officials like a Scott Bessent and others reacting to the Chinese announcement in terms of how are they assessing it? How serious is it? Do they think the talks can still be put back onto an even keel? In other words, Trump has responded to the Chinese by just simply escalating and going ballistic. And the key thing here is I don't know if Trump did this just because it's Trump being Trump, or if this is an organized administration effort. All I can tell you is it does not bode well. And because I think, the Chinese don't do this. They don't drop the hammer unless they think they're in a position where they can really make this stick. They're not making this like an empty threat. Now, that's going to make it more difficult for Trump to back them down. I don't think, that, as you mentioned, the Chinese, when he comes out, we're going to put 100% on this, they immediately come back and say, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. And you ask yourself, where's the Trump administration's leverage against China? Because a quick reminder, if you just up tariffs on China, the first people who feel the pain of tariffs are not the Chinese. And they have a centrally planned economy. They can cover companies who get hit by this. The first person who feel the pain are Americans. And Americans who get hit by this are not going to be pleased with the Trump administration. Let me add one piece of context as well. Sorry, I keep going. There's one other piece of context. I apologize. I've been trying to work through it. Just before this hit, the interesting stories that were coming out of the States were the soybeans. How are soybeans interesting, Scott, you may say? Well, if you're a geek or a nerd, anything gets to be interesting. And that is that you have got vast warehouses and containers piling up with soybeans that were supposed to go to China, because China takes half of the U.S. soybean exports worth billions of dollars a year, and they're taking zero right now. That means in certain farm-producing states, there are farmers who are on the hook because their income's being jeopardized. And if you pay close attention, you'll see the Trump administration scrambling by saying, we'll help these farmers, we'll help them, without being very detailed on how are you going to help them if this continues. I think China saw they were getting leverage on the soybean issue, and they thought, all right, we're going to take it up a level.
Because it does feel like something has happened behind closed doors. What we know, Scott, as you mentioned this meeting the other day, but what we know is that tensions felt like they had eased between the US and China in the last few months. We saw that Xi Jinping and Donald Trump did speak on the phone in June, and that they'd organized for a sideline meeting at APEC, which will take place at the end of this month. So we also know, on top of that, was that Donald Trump seemed to be tiptoeing around placing sanctions, placing tariffs on China for importing Russian oil, and had done it to India, but had been reluctant to do it to China. And we questioned why China got off scot-free on this. And a lot of analysts would say, well, he's trying to strike a great trade deal with China, and he's waiting until this APEC summit when he actually meets Xi Jinping and see what he can get out of him. So that's where we were at until this week, when that announcement was made, when this escalation happened on Friday with Trump's retaliation, and then subsequently China's retaliation back. So, Scott, you've said this before, but it just seems something went on behind closed doors, and this was almost premeditated on both sides.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you, because I kept looking for clues, so let me tell you something else that's interesting in terms of what is not being said. If you go to the main English language press today on this, apologies, can't read Chinese. I'm going to get some students to help me out next week to go even deeper on this. But if you go, for example, to Xinhua or to Global Times, they don't say a word about this. They don't even mention the tariff increase that Trump put on. And they don't mention the Chinese threat on rare earth minerals. I think there is a reference in the Global Times to China would like multilateral trade. We'd like everybody to agree on it. The one outlet that does make it implicit, that does refer to Trump's tariffs, China Daily, says Trump increased tariffs on us, but he doesn't mention the rare earths. So it makes it look like Trump just did this because he's just like a bad guy. So the Chinese are not tipping their hand in terms of, I can't read between the lines on Chinese media on their play at this point.
Of course, as we kind of say that this came surprisingly, maybe not surprisingly to both parties, but to us, the average person, this came surprisingly, which of course meant that markets responded, Scott. The S&P 500 dropped 2.7% in just a single day, the steepest fall since April. Investors were dumping stocks in tech and manufacturing because, of course, this affects chips and so on and so forth. So is this situation dire or is it just temporary?
Depends on how long it goes on, Maddie. First of all, it's interesting that very few people noticed that big drop in the markets because of Gaza, right? That was, the way the news cycle works. I think when we get into Monday and people are going to start to pay attention, especially if the markets have another dip out of this. And it is significant for the reason you have pointed out, which is this isn't just a fall in the stock market. This is a fall in terms of stocks, tech stocks, AI stocks. You talk about the Magnificent Seven, right? And the Magnificent Seven drive most of that increase, that stock growth. So to throw in another fact this week, I think it was the IMF just issued a report this week. They said, look, despite all the turmoil, including Trump turmoil, including the Trump-China, tension, you're still on for around more than 3% growth globally, right, in the next this year, and the U.S. for 2.5% increase in GDP, which you think Trump would want, given how much he's messing around and screwing up the economy. But what they said was interesting but a lot of this growth is driven by AI, so it's vulnerable. 11% of the growth in GDP in the first part of this year was because of AI. That's a big share of both the U.S. and the global economy. So again, that's where China has special leverage. This isn't like, hey, fine, American farmers, and we don't want to downplay the pain to them, but it's not like pain to American farmers affects the global economy to a great extent. You hit AI and you hinder the potential for growth, that does have a big effect that ripples from the U.S. and ripples to other areas of the world.
Trump says that he doesn't know if he's going to meet Xi now at APEC at the end of the month. So, Scott, just to wrap up really what's happening with this tariff war, how bad do you think this could get? And you mentioned this before, but who loses out more, Americans or Chinese?
Americans lose. I mean, let's say this first, and I have to say that, first thing, nobody wins in a tariff war. Nobody wins. But if you talk specifically, if Trump is jacking the tariffs up, it's those American importers of components that come in from China that have to pay higher cost. That includes, by the way, Elon Musk, and it's one of the reasons why Elon Musk fell out with Trump. It is American manufacturers who pay higher costs because their input costs go up. It's American farmers who pay the price on this, and it's American consumers who pay the price on it. Now, China takes a hit as well because they lose part of the U.S. market, and their people will have to pay more for U.S. goods, but it's a much different type of economy. Because of that amount of heavy central planning, you can absorb some of that shock that comes out of that. There is I will mention that China has had some issues, internal economic issues, growth issues that are not related to the tariffs, that are for other reasons. So I'm not saying China gets away from the scot-free, but again, I don't think China makes this move on the rare earths if they think they're in a vulnerable position. I think they feel like they can ride out an extension, which means you're asking me where this goes next. It goes next because of two actors. It goes next on whether Trump backs down or whether the Chinese relieve the pressure. And here's why this is different from other cases. We are so used to the media narratives that it's Trump who calls the tune, and everybody has to kiss his backside or give way to an extent, like the EU did, like the UK did, like others did. People are not used to, Trump being the one who's on the defensive over this. That's not the way the narrative works. Well, he is on the defensive over this at this point, and that's why this makes it uncertain.
Well, do you think he handled this correctly, Scott? If you're looking at this diplomatically, but you're also looking about how this affects not just like global supply, global chain, everything, Americans, consumers. Do you think the way he responded with retaliation straight away was the right move?
Huge risk. I mean, it's a huge risk. And whether it's Trump or whether it's the Trump administration that had decided this and then Trump closes, it's a big risk because, you're getting into a point where it's a big risk because you and I discussed in the last conversation we had about the convergence of certain factors, right? So we've got a convergence which is going on. We've got a convergence which is a spike in the unemployment rate because you're going to get those federal government employees whose contracts ended on September 30th, and there's more than 100,000 of them that took the deal, the forced resignations. They get added to the unemployment rolls. Now, we haven't seen that yet because the bureau that brings out the unemployment statistics is affected by the government shutdown. But that comes out. Trump's monkeying around with the tariffs on all fronts, not just the Chinese front, is driving inflation up. So that's starting to pick up a bit more. You're seeing the effect that I mentioned earlier on certain sectors of the U.S. market that has to export abroad. So you're getting this convergence of all this that I think comes in the next few months of this year. So Trump has just laid this on top of this, right? Now, if the Chinese back away or if the Chinese compromise and he gets his PR appearance with Xi and a deal, then it's a gamble that works. But if the Chinese play hardball with him, where's his next move? Where's his next play? What's he going to say? I'm going 150, 200%, 250%. And again, one fact, let's just remember that when this went around in April, when he was monkeying around in April with this and, tariffs up to 245%, back around, it was either May or June, you had key ports, U.S. ports like Seattle, like Los Angeles, where they were down 40% on their traffic that was coming in. That's a big economic hit if you have that long-term drop in traffic in terms of both import and export.
Let's move on to something else, something big happening this week. Scott, was of course earlier in the week we saw Hamas and Israel agree on this partial implementation of a 72-hour ceasefire while Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners are being released, as well as the partial withdrawal of Israeli troops out of Gaza. This is the first phase of Trump's 20-point peace plan agreed on and is now being executed across this weekend. So Trump will travel to Israel and Egypt on Sunday, but the next stage will be difficult. So how likely do you think it will be that Trump can pull this off with Israel and Hamas? And is it correct to say, do you think, I know I've asked you this off camera, but both Hamas and Trump's people both said once this was agreed upon, this first phase, that the war was now over. Now, only the first phase has been agreed upon, and it's going to be happening this weekend. So is the war over yet, the way they say it is? And how likely is it that we're going to move out of phase 2 and on to the next?
No, I mean, the conflict's not over. I mean, just because you cease fire over the weekend, and the one key thing that we get, and we have to hail this, it wasn't just Trump that brought this out. There are a number of actors who brought this about, and I'll explain in a minute how it came about, but it's the hostage for detainees exchange. You know, let's just say this up front. Those 20 hostages who have survived more than 2 years of Hamas, being held by Hamas, they come home. They're alive. 28 bodies will come back. Families in Israel will get closure. It doesn't bring those loved ones back, but they'll get closure on this. 2,000 Palestinian detainees, including more than 1,700 who were swept up by the Israelis as they went through Gaza. They come back. Many of them are going to be reunited with families as well. You know, and you don't want to downplay that happening. And again, I can go back into why that happened. It actually is not Trump being a peacemaker that brought this about. There's a much more interesting story to tell. But the fundamental here is that the rubber only begins to hit the road next week after Trump does his victory lap. He's going to do a victory lap. He's going to go to Israel on Monday. He's going to appear before the Knesset. Hi, it's me, it's Donald. We don't think at this point, it's not planned that he's going to Hostages Square, but I wouldn't be surprised if he makes a surprise visit there to get the, and then it said, oh, he's going to chair a meeting on Gaza. The Israelis will not be there, but the Arabs will be there and other actors will be there, right? And that's going to be Trump for the cameras posing at this. Look, here's the reason, and this just goes beyond Trump, what you got to look at. You have got key elements that are very vague in that sketch that was called Trump's sketch that have to be defined. It looks like aid is being defined. That's a first step. 600 trucks, daily basis. That takes us back to where we were before October 2023 in enough to keep Gaza ticking over, right? Then you talk about the extent of the Israeli withdrawal. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces are pulling back this weekend so that you get that exchange, that hostage for detaining exchange, but they still occupy 53% of Gaza. What is the timing and the extent of their further withdrawal? What is the timing and the extent of disarmament of Hamas in conjunction with that? What are the arrangements for governance and security in Gaza? The international board that Donald Trump is the chair of, I mean, that is just so vague. It has no Palestinian representation. The day-to-day administration run Gaza, which would mean governance and security. Palestinians are supposed to be on it, but which Palestinians? It won't be Hamas. Israel has vetoed Palestinian Authority in the short term. For which Palestinians? Will Israel have veto over that? And let me give you one key thing that shows it how difficult it is. This deal almost came unstuck this weekend because Israel changed the names on the detainee list that were going to be released. Hamas, and not just Hamas, but many Palestinians wanted the release, for example, of Mariam Barghouti. Now, I doubt many people have heard of him. It's not like that's a headline name. He is one of the most important Palestinian leaders. The Israelis have kept him behind bars for more than 20 years. If he came out, he would be seen possibly as a leader of a future government in Palestine. And the Israelis, for that reason, don't want him out. You know, that's the type of immediate sticking point you talk about. And then you've got to get these wider arrangements. And just a quick reminder, because I could go on for quite a long time about how difficult it is. Two key points. One is, if you're going to have security in Gaza, who provides the security? Now, the Americans are making a big deal that they're sending 200 personnel but they'll also at the same time, not a single American will step foot inside Gaza. They're just going to oversee this from Israel. We are being told it's going to be Egyptian, Qatari, UAE, and Turkish forces. Let's see if that's the way that it pans out, because I don't have to tell you, that's a foreign force, even if it's an Arab, a Turkish and Arab force in a country where a lot of people are still ticked off that they've had a mass killing for 2 years. And then the other point, even if all of this goes well, you do not get stability until you get to a two-state resolution. And who are the two main actors who are against a two-state resolution? Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump.
I mean, as you mentioned, the first phase is amazing that it's happening. It is amazing, but this is where real work begins from Monday. So we'll keep an eye on that for our viewers and listeners. Just moving on to a more lighter topic, Scott. Donald Trump and the White House, they aren't happy with the fact that he didn't win the Nobel Peace Prize. The White House aides at the committee proved they placed politics over peace. Now, I don't understand this, because Trump was never going to win. Nominations were cut off on January 31. That is, 11 days after he was sworn in? He hadn't solved anything by then. He literally just returned to the Oval Office. He was never going to win.
We restate two fundamentals. One, Donald Trump is obsessed with the fact that Barack Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize, and he hasn't. Two, Donald Trump is a big old man baby, all right? And I'm just going to put that out there, that you can be in the same week acclaimed for being one of the actors involved in bringing a phase one settlement in Gaza, even if you only did that because Israel bombed Qatar a few weeks ago, something we can talk about in a second. You can do that in the same week and then completely undermine that by throwing your toys out of the pram. Literally. Well, no, not literally. Metaphorically, sorry. So anyway, what happens? Maria Corina Machado, Venezuelan industrial engineer who goes into politics, but she's a rights activist. One of the most impressive rights activists in the world, in the face of a Venezuelan government, the Maduro government, which is not exactly supportive of rights in so many areas, which is extremely repressive. She has persisted in putting forth the need for a much more decent, effective, responsible Venezuela for all Venezuelans. She did it even when they would not let her stand for public office. She did it even when she had to go into hiding because of threats from Maduro and the security forces. And so, who recognizes that? Who recognizes that type of person? At the start of this year, Donald Trump recognized it, maybe for cynical motives, because the U.S. has long wanted to overthrow the Venezuelan government. But he says she's a fine person, fine leader of the opposition. Who else recognized it? Secretary of State Marco Rubio. We support Maria Corina Machado. So when the Nobel people came out with this, and I was just following it obsessively, I was just waiting for that announcement. I knew it wasn't going to be Trump, but it was like, okay, because the Nobel Peace Prize committee, I love it when they say we're apolitical. We're apolitical. You're political as hell, right? And so the politics they play here is they don't give it to someone like the International Criminal Court, who had also been nominated, because that would have sent. You think Trump was ballistic if that had happened? Imagine if they gave it to the ICC when Israel hates the ICC, and the U.S. has sanctioned the ICC's prosecutors and judges because they actually try to enforce the law. So instead, they read out Machado's name, and I'm like, they've boxed Trump in. They boxed Trump in two ways. One is, if you look at the Nobel Prize statement, they frame it in a way without naming anybody's species about the need to stand up to authoritarian rulers. We need to stand up to authoritarian rulers. I'm like, oh man, that's a heck of a right hook you just threw at Trump, even if he might not realize it. And then, of course, what they've done is they've given it to someone who it's going to be very hard for Washington to push back because they support the Venezuelan opposition. But lo and behold, Trump sends out one of his lackeys, right? He didn't do it himself. He sends out one of his lackeys to say, once again, the Nobel Peace Prize Committee has put a priority on politics over peace. Really? That's what you're going with. You've got a permanent rights activist who's recognized, someone who you supported, and you're going to say that the Nobel Committee is nasty and underhanded? Because guess who jumps in next? All the way in Moscow, Bad Vlad, who's not having a good week. Bad Vlad looks at it and goes, I need an opening to swing the Americans over Ukraine and so on. The Nobel Peace Prize Committee has put a priority on politics. They are outmoded. How dare they do this? Donald Trump is a wonderful guy. and Donald Trump goes on to Truth Social and goes, thank you, President Putin, for saying, you could not make this stuff up, right? And so, the serious side of this is that once again, as we should be talking about the need to get to decent, tolerant, respectful, nonviolent politics, the White House actually had a chance to be mature here and to stand up and to support what is going to be very important, not just in Venezuela, but across Latin America, because that's where people are noticing this, right? They're asking themselves, will the Trump administration stand on the side of supporting us against authoritarian rulers? And the Trump administration just gave a big old flat no, based solely because the leader is a man baby.
Oh, this is the reason why we're doing a Saturday episode, because so much happened on Friday and today. And let's get into this. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on Friday, he announced that the United States was signing a letter of acceptance to build the Qatari Emiri Air Force facility in Mountain Home Air Base Force Base in Idaho. So they would also host Qatari F-15 aircrafts and pilots. Hegseth said that he praised it and said this was just another example of our partnership with Qatar. But this was met with serious backlash, Scott, even from conservative MAGA supporters, including Laura Loomer and Steve Bannon, who questioned why he would host a foreign military base on American soil. So this backlash happened. Hegseth was then forced to downplay what he meant. And then he wrote on X saying, important clarification, the US military has a long-standing partnership with Qatar, including today's announcement cooperation. However, to be clear, Qatar will not have their own base in the United States, nor anything like a base. We control the existing base like we do with all of our partners. But even after all of this, conservatives are still angry, Scott, because they're saying Qatari military personnel will still be based and training on American soil. So what is this?
Okay. First of all, let me throw you a complete swerve here. And that is, I'm actually going to say that Pop Gun, he actually is the innocent in this case. Surprise, surprise. And I'm going to tell you a much more serious story, which is going to link to Qatar and link back to Gaza. The immediate story is that the Qatari Defense Secretary is over in Washington, and he does the press conference alongside Hegseth. And Hegseth is reading from a prepared statement, right? Whoever drafted the statement screwed up because they didn't. This is in Idaho. And what it is it is a facility that you train Qatari Air Force pilots on the use of F-35s, fighter jets, which the U.S. is giving to Qatar. And there's pretty good reason for that. Qatar doesn't have a huge amount of airspace. If you notice the country where it is, tucked away in the Gulf. And so you got more space up there in the American West. And when Hegseth reads it out, he does not use the word base. He used the word, this is a Qatari Emiri facility, right? But the statement did not make clear that it was a facility under U.S. jurisdiction, right? In other words, it gave the misleading impression, the Qataris have got their own little space here on U.S. soil. Now, it is quite common for foreign military personnel to be trained on U.S. bases. That's been there for many, many decades, right? Because you have great training facilities, so you bring your allies over, you train them up. And if they had explained that quite clearly, they would not have gotten nearly the heat that they did. But because it was a mangled statement, which they then had to clarify, you got, in particular, the raging Islamophobe Laura Loomer. Now, Laura Loomer has no elected position. She has no administrative position. She has no particular expertise, but she is the whisperer in the ear of the Trump administration when she decides that they need to get rid of somebody or that someone's transgressed them. So she goes on to X and calls out those millions of followers because she is an Islamophobe. How dare we have Muslims with a base on U.S. soil? And she's still at it today, even after the clarification. Well, that clearly puts the wind up the administration because, again, as we've talked about with the Epstein case, when it's your own people who are coming after you, right? And it's to the point today where Loomer's saying, I'm not going to vote for the Republican Party. And then other people are coming back who are saying, good, we don't care, off you trot. And so you just wonder how far that kind of goes, and we'll watch that. But here's the serious part of this matter, which because this, you always got to watch about things that kind of distract us. It's like, why are the Qataris getting this facility, and why are they getting such a high-profile announcement of it? And if you have a couple minutes, let me tell you a story that is a better story than who should get the Nobel Peace Prize. On September 9th, Israel violated the sovereignty of Qatar by trying to assassinate Hamas leaders that are there. Now, Israel tried to assassinate Hamas leaders, big damn deal. They've done that throughout the past 2+ years. Israel going into the territory of an American ally, which hosts the biggest American military base in the Middle East and has done so for quite a long time, and carrying it out, that's huge. Because not just Qatar, but the other Gulf states, Saudi Arabia and UAE are looking at this and going, can we actually trust the Trump administration on anything if they're going to allow this type of crap to happen, right? So that's one factor. Here's the other factor that comes into play. You might have heard of a guy named Jared Kushner. He's been in the news recently. Donald Trump's son-in-law, and as the New York Times puts it, Jared Kushner, he used his New York real estate expertise to be able to swing the Gaza deal. Well, New York Times, too, I've not been happy with, because do your damn job, folks. Get to the story. Here's a New York real estate story with Jared Kushner. Phase 1. Jared Kushner was in trouble in 2016 because he was on the hook for almost $2 billion for a property in New York. 666, I think it was Fifth Avenue. I'll double check that later. He was trying to find finance for it to cover the fact that he could not cover the loans. Ultimately, he goes to Gulf states. One of the Gulf states that helps get Kushner off the hook on that loan, ding, 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 Qatar. But phase 2, when Jared Kushner, when Daddy is no longer in the White House, Kushner goes back into business. He launches a huge investment fund. That investment fund, which needs to turn a profit, who's bankrolling it? $2 billion from Saudi Arabia, $1.5 billion from Qatar. If this September 9th attack by Israel and Qatar threatened America's military position in the Middle East, America's alliances, and it threatened economic projects that include, by the way, a $5.5 billion Trump resort and golf course in Qatar. So something had to be done. The Gulf states, as well as Turkey, went back to the Trump people, which includes Trump, Jared Kushner, and let's not forget, Trump's envoy, real estate developer, Steve Witkoff, and said, if you don't do something about Netanyahu, everything is going to go up, even worse than it is now. And Trump, if you want to give him credit for this, then began to lean on Netanyahu. It was that convergence that brought us Gaza. But of course, while you have the Gaza story play out as we just discussed, how does the U.S. play this out with Qatar? What they did before they announced this base is even more interesting, and also caused some real ruction in Washington to watch. There is something called an Article 5 guarantee in NATO, where if one of NATO's members attacked, you come and provide assistance to that. The United States, for the first time, gave effectively a version of an Article 5 guarantee to a Middle Eastern state not named Israel, and that state is Qatar. In other words, if Israel attacks Qatar again, the United States gave the assurance they would come in and defend, right? So there's going to be a lot to play out politically, but the immediate effect of this is the U.S. government had to show Qatar, look, we're your good pals.
That agreement that they wrote for Qatar, it even included military interference if necessary, it said, which is more that they've done for Ukraine, which was just ironic. But I want to move on because we don't have long. Sources are telling MSNBC that a federal grand jury in Maryland has been considering charges against former National Security Advisor John Bolton for weeks. John Bolton, who comes on the Trump Report, he is reportedly about to be indicted on criminal charges potentially as early as next week, tying him to keeping classified government documents at his house after leaving government. His lawyer maintains that he's done nothing wrong. But, Scott, this is the third former critic of Trump, including James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James, to face indictment. So, I mean, are we looking at this situation thinking that Trump is operating his own witch hunt?
What does an authoritarian do? He goes after his political enemies. I mean, it's as simple as that. The Justice Department does not function as an independent department to protect the American people. It now functions to carry out Trump's orders. Hi, Pam Bondi. It was great talking about you in our last discussion. I'm sure she's still doing great work. And so, you know, Trump put out an enemies list that he wanted the Justice Department to prosecute. Indeed, in one of the stunning moments, why we know this? Because he meant to send a direct message to Pam Bondi on Truth Social, and he sent it as a tweet. All right, Pam, why are you not doing your job? Go get these people, right? And so the first one who went was Comey on a case that has almost no evidence. How did Trump do that? Trump did that by putting in one of his personal attorneys who had no prosecutorial experience when the previous prosecutor resigned and said, I'm not going to do this. And so Trump put this person in, Lindsey Halligan. Guess who Lindsey Halligan showed up to file the indictment on this past week? Letitia James, the New York Attorney General. Let me give the basic facts and then give you the stinger in the tail of this and why it may be more, not just John Bolton, but it might be the former special special prosecutor, Jack Smith, who did the investigation of January the 6th. 2 minutes and I'll wrap this all up for you, nice and smooth. Here we go. So Letitia James is the person who successfully, and I emphasize that word successfully, prosecuted the Trump Organization, which had to pay one of the largest settlements in New York State history, ultimately more than $500 million, or they were ordered to pay it. It's now on hold because an appellate court has said maybe it's excessive, but they were found guilty of one of the most serious frauds in New York State histories. Not my words, the words of the judge. This case was, I can go through the evidence. There was substantial evidence that they had committed fraud over their valuations, both for tax and for loan purposes, specifically valuation of properties. Trump doesn't like when he loses, and he doesn't like it when he possibly loses money. So he goes after Letitia James. How does he do that? He puts in the personal attorney, Lindsey Halligan. And here's where the story gets interesting. Letitia James had bought a property for her grandniece in Virginia, about $135,000 property. The claim of the prosecutors is that she lied that it was her primary property. From what we know about the case, it appears that the most serious thing that she might have done is she might have accidentally checked the wrong box. Everything else was in order on the mortgage application. But by ticking that box, there's a guy named Bill Pulte, who is a Trump lackey, who's the head of the Federal Housing Mortgage Administration, FHMA, who has access to everyone's mortgage records. He combed these records of Trump's so-called political enemies to try to find something. He then teamed up with a Justice Department official, a lawyer with a very checkered record named Ed Martin. They put this together because they want to serve the master. So that's why they go after Letitia James. At the very least, it inconveniences her. She's got to hire lawyers. She's got to show up in court. Trump wants to tie down his folks, and he wants to belittle American belief in the rule of law, because here's the standard. If he can do it to a former director of the FBI, if he can do it to a former attorney general, if he can do it to a man who was national security advisor, if he can do it to a man who was a special prosecutor, no one who serves as a judge, as a prosecutor, as an investigator, no one is safe. It's Trump ruling by fear. And I'll tie this all together. There's a man named Stephen Miller, who is perhaps the most important person after Donald Trump in the Trump administration. Stephen Miller did two things this week that are telling. First of all, he said that Donald Trump can do anything he wants to because he has plenary authority. Now, that doesn't exist as a concept in U.S. law. There's no such thing as plenary authority, but that's what Miller claimed. This is the same Stephen Miller who, when a judge ruled against the Trump administration this week in one of the myriad cases over migrants, over tariffs, over military in U.S. cities, said these radical judges are illegitimate. So make no secret about it. It is serious for Letitia James, but it's also serious as part of what's happening in the United States system, because you are at the authoritarian moment, whether or not. Next year, Maddie, you and I could be talking about the first authoritarian in U.S. history to win the Nobel Peace Prize. Won't that be a happy day?
Scott Lucas, thank you so much for joining the Trump Report.
Thank you. What you got is you've got this race, and that is by the time that the economy really goes south, let's say it takes a few months, has Trump embedded his authoritarian rule in so deep that it becomes difficult to challenge him, even if people are getting really, really pissed off? Does he have military on American streets? Has he completely butchered American agencies and taken control of them? In other words, most strongmen in the long run do need to be economically successful. Hitler needed to do it in Germany before he made the mistake of World War II. Mussolini needed to do it in Italy. You could talk about it in more recent times. Trump is economically illiterate. Let's repeat that. He's an economic moron.
Hi, I'm Maddie Hale, and welcome to the Trump Report. Today I'm delighted to say that I am joined by a friend of the show, Scott Lucas, a professor of international and American studies at the Clinton Institute at the University of College Dublin. Scott, thank you so much for joining us today.
Maddie, thank you so much for having me here.
Well, you and I we're gonna actually get mostly into a lot of domestic US news, which we haven't had the pleasure of doing in a while, because of course there's been so much going on in the international space and the US's involvement. So I want to start off with Donald Trump. In the last few days, he's been mentioning the word dictator a little bit in regards to this crime emergency going on in Washington, D.C., where he appointed National Guard troops to work with Metropolitan Police in quite a bizarre and unusual situation. Trump also said that he wants to pursue the death penalty in D.C. for murder crimes across the city. So here's what Trump said after originally saying perhaps the US would like a dictator. He said, they say we don't need him, freedom, freedom. He's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense and a smart person. So, Scott, look, your reaction to these comments about being a dictator, whether or not he is one, in conjunction with what's happening right now in Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, I think that's the way to approach it, Maddie, because, Trump is always the performance artist. So, do you take him literally, seriously, both, right? And that, that's becoming especially important, given the fact that I would say at the least that he's an wannabe authoritarian. So let's break it down. He pops up on Monday of this week, does an appearance before the press, handles a range of questions, and then he comes out with a quote very similar to what you just read out there, which is, well, some people would really like a dictator, but me, of course, not me, but look, I'm doing great dictating, right? And then yesterday at the 3-hour-long kiss the backside of the emperor cabinet meeting, which was excruciatingly painful and would have made even Kim Jong-un blush, he gives another statement as everyone's talking about how great he is, which is on this, what you just read out. And it's like, okay, to paraphrase Oscar Wilde, you know, to pull the curtain back once is unfortunate. To pull it back twice appears to be something a little bit more sinister. That brings you to the reality. And I'm going to state something because we love all the Trumpists who come in to give us comments afterwards. So we're just going to put it directly to them. There was no need to put the U.S. military onto the streets of D.C. None. Zero. I could go through the statistics for you. I could talk to you about how homicides were down this year by 30%, that they had peaked in 2023, but they are down by well over 60% since then. Carjackings were down significantly. Violent crime overall down 26%. The DC authorities were trying to deal with this. But Trump comes tearing in, and I want you, Maddie, do you remember the pretext they used to put the military onto the streets of DC?
No, I'm trying to think about what they said. I mean, wasn't there also something to do with the amount of homelessness going on?
They talk about Trump got upset that he saw homeless people, as he supposedly, you know, because he's such a hardworking guy.
Which can we also just say that is not a DC problem? You know, Trump, that actually is an America problem.
Yeah, exactly. And we could walk into years why that there are issues in America to be dealt with, such as drug use, such as a lack of effective care for people who are drug dependent, such as a lack of housing. But the fact is, Trump said, I'll go in there and I see homeless people. And I don't want to see homeless people. Why would I want to do that? I'm the emperor. Get them out of here. But it was specifically a guy named Edward Korestein, who is still either 19, 20 years old. Now, you may not remember Edward Korestein. He's one of Elon Musk's boys, who was part of the so-called Department of Government Efficiency that went in to rip up U.S. agencies. He's the guy who bragged that his name that everyone should call him is Big Balls. Well, Big Balls got into a confrontation and said he had been carjacked. And that was the entire pretext for why they sent in the National Guard. And then let us emphasize that when they sent the National Guard in a few weeks ago, they said, well, they're going to go in, but they're not going to have guns. They're there just to support local law enforcement. They're there just to support them. About a week ago, they came out and said, oh, they're going to be carrying guns now. They're armed. And Maddie, when they did that, we'll get back to Trump and dictatorship in a minute. When they did that, but I just want to put this up, I can tell you what I immediately thought of. I was an associate for a time at the American University of Beirut. So I would go out to Lebanon, which has a very troubled history, as viewers probably know. And I've been living in UK for quite some time. So when I got to Beirut, the first thing that strikes me when I get in there, this started off in 2005, and then I went there for several years after that, is the military on the streets, armed military on the streets. And it just made me recoil, because and when this happened in the States, I'm thinking, what's it going to be like seeing American military forces on the streets, right? And given the fact also, and here's a quick reminder, that National Guard are supposed to be under the control of local and state officials, specifically governors. Now, Trump can get away with it in DC because DC is a federal area. It's a special case. But he is, of course, now talking about rolling this out into other cities, probably beginning with Chicago. Why does this give us into the big picture? Donald Trump wants to have the military serve him. Okay? Now, at this point, it is to support trying to sweep up immigrants, to detain and disappear them. It is to just simply look tough. But once you have the military on the streets and once you arm them, it can escalate. It can escalate unintentionally.
And it's very third world, isn't it, Scott? And also not to mention how that would deter tourists. And of course, you can't deny that there is crime, a lot of crime in American cities. It's undeniable. And the thought of Donald Trump wanting to clean that up is a great thing. I commend it. I've been to the US, I've been to cities where I genuinely haven't felt very safe. And so I'm all on board. But yes, the problem being is, when do you deploy the National Guard to work in conjunction with the Metropolitan Police? It's very rare cases that you would do that.
Yeah, and again, we're going to walk through a couple of things reality goes. First thing is, it does not make the city feel safer when you put the military out there. And in fact, Trump, one of his most blatant lies is that everybody's coming back to the restaurants. They're all loving it. Whoa, everybody, look, you know, and moms and dads and their families. It's wonderful. In fact, restaurants have suffered a significant drop in bookings and in people showing up since this started. People are not going to restaurants. They're not going out because they got this atmosphere on the streets, which is one of tension because of the military walking around. And when you have tension like that, does it make it more or less likely that something's going to kick off? Well, I'll let you fill that sentence. And in terms of your big point, which is, yes, crime is fact of the matter is we could talk about realistic ways to deal with crime. We could start by talking about gun control.
I'm not opening that can of worms.
Well, exactly. And the Trump administration definitely isn't going to do anything to talk about gun control. We could talk about the fact that certain cities, in terms of their urban areas, that certain parts of them have been developed and certain parts of them haven't been developed. San Francisco is a case in point. We just have significant problems that we talk about. But the ultimate thing that we talk about is that the American political culture until now has been that it's up to states and local communities with federal support to try to deal with that across the board, including with things such as community policing. What you do not do is turn this into a quasi-military situation. And what you do not do is then portray that the ultimate goal for this is this guy's authority, the dictator who says he's not a dictator.
Absolutely. Scott, let's move on to a separate issue. What's happening? The Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, she has officially been fired by Donald Trump over allegations that she committed mortgage fraud. Lisa Cook says she refuses to stand down, that it's not in his power to be firing her. She's done nothing wrong. Her lawyer, Abby Lau, who's Hunter Biden's lawyer as well, if his name rings a bell to any of our listeners and viewers, said that she would sue to challenge the dismissal. So this going to erupt into a lawsuit. So the last thing that she would want. Now, this is confusing what's transcribed here, but what's transpired here, I should say, sorry. Politics behind this, it doesn't really matter to the average person. No one is looking up these situations thinking, oh, I really want to read more about that. That's going to affect my life, blah, blah, blah. But this could affect the average American if it disrupts the US economy. So, Scott, is there a chance that it could do that?
Well, it will do it. First of all, before getting into the economics, let's just take it. If you don't want to call it dictatorship, let's call it authoritarianism, part 2. Wannabe authoritarianism. The Federal Reserve is an independent body. It was set up as an independent body, similar to the reason why the Bank of England is an independent body, because to carry out economic policy, especially your monetary policy, to do it in a stable way, to deal with inflation, to deal with questions such as economic growth, you need to do that in terms of the basis on sound economic judgments. You don't do it for short-term political gains. And that's why the system is set up the way it is in the UK now. And it's why the Federal Reserve has been set up. And this is part of a wider history. I could take you back to the 19th century about the independence of financial institutions so they could not be politically rigged. Donald Trump does not want any independent institutions, political, economic, otherwise, in the US government. He wants to control everything. So there is an element of the authoritarian here. What does it mean economically? The Federal Reserve, similar to the Bank of England, will meet every few months and they'll decide what you need to do with interest rates. And of course, you have to weigh up what you do with interest rates in terms of trying to control inflation, but at the same time, trying to stimulate growth in the economy, especially if you've had a slowdown. Now, going into 2025, what the Federal Reserve, led by a man named Jerome Powell, it has 7 governors, was going to do is they were going to go onto a phased reduction of interest rates. The reason why they were doing that is that the United States had come out of the post-pandemic recession. The Biden administration, and we can disagree or agree with it on a number of policies, but it had been relatively successful working with the Fed to come up with what we call a soft landing. The U.S. economy is growing again. You don't want to decrease interest rates too far because you don't want to spike inflation, but you do want to bring them down gradually, right? What upset that? What upset that was Donald Trump, Because when Trump came into office, what he did was two things. One is he vastly increased the federal government's deficit. So the federal government needs to get more money, needs to borrow more money for that deficit. If you lower interest rates, it makes it more difficult to get that money. And two, he went on to his tariff chaos, his tariff spree. Now, when you introduce tariffs, it not only destabilizes the economy, it feeds inflation. So the Federal Reserve's plan was completely thrown out of whack. And that is what Jerome Powell would come and he would explain it very logically to people. And every time Jerome Powell would explain it over the past few months, Donald Trump would go on to Truth Social, and in all caps, he would say that Jerome Powell was a nincompoop, that Jerome Powell was an idiot, that Jerome Powell doesn't know what he's talking about. And he'd sit there and insult Jerome Powell. And it got to a point where a few weeks ago, the Trump people set up this ruse to try to force Powell out. And that is the Federal Reserve's getting a new building built. And as with many buildings, you have cost overruns. Well, they decided they would blame Jerome Powell for this. And Trump set up a photo op with Jerome Powell as he's showing him around the Federal Reserve, and he ambushed him. He said, oh, look at all these overruns, look at all these overruns, look at the cost of this, look at the cost of this. And Powell at one point said, well, let me have a look at that. He says, look, that's a building which has already been built that you're talking about. That's not a cost overrun. What are you doing? And Trump said, and hopped off. Well, when they couldn't fire Powell, they decided not to fire Powell, what they tried to do is that they're trying to pack the Fed where a majority of the Federal Reserve governors are sympathetic to Trump, will bow down to Trump. Now, there's one vacancy on the Fed they're already going to be able to fill. So they might, in other words, get 3 people sympathetic to Trump, but they need a 4th to get a majority. How do they get the 4th? They go after this woman named Lisa Cook, the first Black woman.
Appointed by Biden.
Yeah, appointed by Biden. Federal Reserve governors have 14-year terms. See, that's long stint, or sorry, maybe 16 years even. It's either 14 or 16.
She's up in 2038.
Yeah, so I think it's 16 actually. So she's there till 2038. Well, how do you get her out? They use the same ruse that they've used with other political enemies, including Senator Adam Schiff of California, which is they look at applications for mortgages for second homes. Now, it is technically, you're not allowed to apply for a mortgage on your second home and declare it your primary home. That's not allowed in the States. And they've said that Schiff did this. They've said without evidence that Lisa Cook did this. And there is no evidence of this. But one of the Trump lackeys, who's the head of the Federal Housing Administration, comes out and says this. And now they're trying to whip up the firestorm where she will resign. Trump can't fire her. He legally cannot fire her. So they want to try to get her to resign, but she's fighting it. So this is going to go all the way through the courts. Meanwhile, economically, what does it do? Your Fed's in disarray. Your Fed is politically in disarray. So even if they met in September and decided to lower interest rates, people will look at it and say, well, the only reason they lowered interest rates is because of Trump's political pressure. Economic markets, manufacturers, investors need stability. They need a stable, predictable system that runs according to the rules of the game. When you rip up the rules because you're serving the authoritarian or the dictator, that's gone.
So Scott, in other words, Trump's authoritarian desires will bite him in the butt in the one area that he's meant to be succeeding in, which is the US economy.
Yeah, but how long will it take before it bites? Because the thing about the US economy is...
Well, that in conjunction, Scott, that in conjunction with the tariffs.
Well, yeah, sorry, the economy tariffs are going to cause all kinds of instabilities. They already are. I mean, it's caught, U.S. inflation is starting to tick upwards. Supply chains are beginning to get compromised. Certain manufacturers reporting heavy losses, such as General Motors. Last quarter, I think $1.2 billion. But for most Americans, it would be like, well, we had like 2.5% inflation under Biden at the end of last year. Now it's 3%, right? It hasn't gone up a huge amount yet because people had stockpiled, anticipating the tariffs. And the thing, so what you got is you've got this race, and that is by the time that the economy really goes south, let's say it takes a few months, has Trump embedded his authoritarian rule in so deep that it becomes difficult to challenge him even if people are getting really, really pissed off? Does he have military on America's streets? Has he completely butchered American agencies and taken control of them? In other words, most strongmen in the long run do need to be economically successful. Hitler needed to do it in Germany before he made the mistake of World War II. Mussolini needed to do it in Italy. You could talk about it in more recent times. Trump is economically illiterate. Let's repeat that. He's an economic moron. So in the long term, he will not be economically successful. But in the short term, he still may be able to ride out the damage by strong-arming everybody. And relying upon that mythical base by saying, the economy's not your enemy, the economy's not your foe, immigrants are your foe, ethnic minorities are your foe, the woke left are your foe. You need to turn against them so that their anger is not about the fact, so that their anger is directed elsewhere.
It's a tactic that that he's used quite often, and it has been successful. But it was interesting to watch that tactic being used when it came to the Epstein drama, because it wasn't working, and it was just interesting to watch his own base say, no, we're not playing that game. But I want to move on because we don't have very long. Now, this situation happening in Denmark is quite humorous, to say the very least. Now, for anyone who's not across this, Denmark's foreign minister has summoned the top US diplomat over to Copenhagen, who's not based in Copenhagen, over allegations that American citizens have been conducting a covert influence operation in Greenland. Now, sources are claiming that the aim of these unknown and unnamed Americans was to influence Greenlanders to like the idea of basically Greenland no longer belonging to Denmark as an autonomous country, but to the US, which is, of course, what Donald Trump wants. We've seen the polls since this idea was brought to life in maybe January, I think, where 85% of Greenlanders were opposed to this idea. Now, Scott, the Trump administration haven't responded to this report. We don't know who these people are. We don't know the extent of this operation. But do you think this looks like the work of Trump, or is it just MAGA enthusiasts, I guess, working on their own accord?
Well, it's a Trump camp. It's a Trump camp. So what we know so far, first of all, is that the Danish government under Mette Frederiksen has come out and said, yes, that, we summoned U.S. Representatives of the U.S. Embassy to complain about these three people. They did not go into detail about what the covert operations were, but there's one clue in that they have also restated today, made a statement today, their regret over what was a forced contraception campaign between, I think, 1960 and the early 1990s to limit the growth of the Inuit population in Greenland, which has been a source of discord, as it should be amongst the population. So it appears that the three Americans who were wandering around up there were using that issue to try to rile folks up. Now, this gets a bit complex because this isn't an all or nothing. In other words, it's not that Greenland remains part of Denmark or Greenland comes and joins the U.S. as the 51st state. There's also the possibility that Greenland could become independent, but then U.S. economic interests who really want the raw rare earth minerals that are up there in Greenland, that they come in and try to buy up Greenland, an independent Greenland. What we saw earlier this year, just to remind people is that Trump was thundering that Greenland should become part of the United States, blah, 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 blah. And the serious campaign is when they sent people into Greenland to rile up the local population. And they did it publicly on that case because it was Charlie Kirk, a really hard right polemicist who has become normalized in the States, including on UK television, and Donald Trump Jr. But they were so inept in what they were doing as they wore their MAGA hats and paid homeless people to go into restaurants and wear MAGA hats, right? Because they got a free meal, that it turned people in Greenland against them. So the pro-independence movement in Greenland said, we don't want anything to do with this. But what's happened here is you can see that the Trumpists haven't given up, that they're sending people back in there. It's classic Trumpist behavior, which is to link up with local folks to try to turn them against the ruling government. It's happening in the UK right now. Have a look at who J.D. Vance met with a few weeks ago. I'll say no more about that at this point. But in this case, I think that the Danish government is probably on safe ground here, which is that most people in Greenland, even if they want independence, do not want it to be at the dictates of the Americans. So I think this will cause just a bit of embarrassment for the wannabe authoritarian back in Washington, if he happens to notice this amongst his other tasks today.
Well, you're right. A vast majority of Greenlanders, their population, do actually want independence from Denmark. They just want to be a sovereign, independent state, but they very much don't want to be a part of the United States. So, I mean, we saw Trump's comments really quieten down when it came to his desires to annex Greenland, especially because the Danish prime minister was so awkward about it. But you know what? This could have just been his, roundabout way of trying to continue this desire without having to get publicly scrutinized over it. But Scott, we're going to move on because interesting thing has happened also in the last day. A whistleblower has come forward and alleged that the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, of course, once run by Elon Musk, uploaded a copy of the Social Security Administration's database to a vulnerable cloud server. Now, this whistleblower is Social Service Security Administration Chief Data Officer Charles Borges. He said that the private data of every American who has a Social Security number or who has ever applied for one is at risk at the hands of DOGE. Now, Scott, this is a pretty big bombshell claim to make from this whistleblower, a named whistleblower. So run me through this.
So this official from the Social Security Administration has now made this official. So this is an official complaint, but it's something that we actually suspected at the time. When Elon Musk boys, including the person we referred to in the start of this discussion, Big Balls, went running into all these agencies. They'd run into these agencies, and this included Department of Energy, included the U.S. Agency for International Development, it included Treasury, it included the Department of Labor. They even tried to do this in the Pentagon and the CIA, and they went and said, we want all your records. Give us all your records, give us all your documents. Now, they had no legal authority to get those documents, none. Because the Department of Government Efficiency is not a department. It was not instituted, established by Congress. It was a group of guys who were working for Donald Trump and for Elon Musk. All right, when they get this information, what exactly do they want to do with it? Now, the public explanation is, we want to try to cut waste. We want to cut waste. Here's a quick newsflash. DOGE may have cost more money than it saved now. At best, we're talking maybe about in the tens of billions of dollars that it may have saved, supposedly. But the amount of money that it
Hello, buddy.
may have outstripped that.
Oh, my nearly just dislocated.
Newsflash, in part because of Trump's
Hello, buddy.
so beautiful bill. There are trillions of dollars which have been added to the federal government's debt this year. Instead, what they wanted to do is they wanted to get control of information. But for whom, right? Did they want to control this information to be used by Trump, by other officials around Trump? Or did they want it to be able to be used by various corporations, various groups? In other words, it's pretty serious to lift information from the Social Security Administration, which is the personal data of Americans. But when you put it into a vulnerable cloud, what you're talking about is we're putting it into a space where it can be exploited by anyone who knows how to get to that information. Unanswered question, Maddie.
Thank you, buddy. I'm good. I'm about to restart my live stream. So do forgive me. Do forgive me, my friend. Do forgive me. I'm restarting it right now. Right now, I say.
You can